Okay, with that, we're going to start the meeting.
Very good.
Right. Welcome to a special meeting of the Calaveras County Planning Commission, which we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any staff announcements?
Madam Chair, I was going to introduce our interim CAO, but I think he already beat me to the punch and introduced himself. But this is Mr. Craig Pedro. If you haven't met him, he's our interim CAO.
Welcome to our little domain.
We're in for a treat.
Yes. And I assume no agenda changes today.
None, Madam Chair.
Is there any member of the public who would like to speak on an item of interest to the Planning Commission that is not posted on the agenda today?
Good morning. My name is Al Segala. I'm president of the Calaveras County Taxpayer Association, and we've been monitoring or attending Board of Supervisors meetings for many years, over 10 years. And there's some changes, fundamental changes that need to be made in our general plan to make it more in harmony with the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution is basically designed to protect individual rights, which are identified in Amendment, Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment as life, liberty, and property. So if the Planning Commission, in its principles, is in harmony with that, you're in harmony with the Constitution. This is not presently the case. And sometimes Congress and sometimes the federal government make mistakes. However, if they make a mistake and you obey what they say, knowing that you're violating the Constitution, that's really a no-no, because you didn't swear to uphold a president or elected official or anything like that. You swore to uphold the Constitution. So when we go into our general plan changes, previously we submitted an alternate D. I don't know if anybody here is old enough to remember that, but which tries to have our general plan in harmony with the U.S. Constitution. So if you could give that some consideration and also read the Constitution, that would be great, and I'd be most happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone online, Annette?
There's no online public comment.
Great, thank you. So we'll close the general public comment period and move on to the consent agenda, which includes the meeting minutes from October 13th and October 27th. Is there any member of the commission or the public who would like an item removed for further discussion? Or are there any corrections? Hearing none.
Yay.
I am, we are open to a motion on the consent agenda.
I move we adopt the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
With a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0 with everyone in attendance. So we will move on to our regular agenda, item 1, the consideration of greenhouse gas reduction measures for Calaveras County. And this is a continuation of our discussion from last week, which was like October 27th. And
And
We'd like an introduction, perhaps? Yeah.
Julie Moss Lewis, Deputy County Counsel. This item is a continued public hearing, so I think before we proceed further, we would want to open the public hearing. It is, however, an informational item for purposes of the Brown Act, where no formal action will be taken. The Planning Commission will be developing recommendations for what measures to include in a draft greenhouse gas reduction plan, and those recommendations will go to the Board of Supervisors. After the Board of Supervisors, in its own informational meeting, finalizes what measures they want included, that would get plugged into the reduction plan, and the final reduction plan, when it's completed by the consultants, will come back around for adoption at a regular agenda item with a vote and with a CEQA document along with it. So just to clarify, we're giving recommendations only, giving direction through a poll, not a formal vote.
Thank you. Gabriel, is there anything you'd like to add?
Madam Chair, I just, before I go into my the report, there's a few corrections I would like to make. Under project description, when I mentioned that the county is 72,372.76 metric tons of CO2 short of the 40%, the actual gap is 56,229, which you would find in table number 2. Also, when I talked about, in the next paragraph on the project description, when I talk about AB 32 and a 40% reduction, I mentioned REACH codes. They are not mentioned to be prescriptive. REACH codes are one of those measures that could get us to our target. It is not something that is prescriptive, but it's just one of those items that we had discussed and during our deliberations over several meetings. The other item that I wanted to bring to your attention had to do with, let me see, what was the third item? We talked about REACH, we talked about the deficiency. Yes, when I talked about deficiencies, those are actually not deficiencies if they are actually the value of our reduction. Getting the report out to commissioners and receiving them at the time we receive them, et cetera, those kind of errors were made, and I'm just trying to correct them right now. So in reality, we are 56,229.24 metric tons of carbon monoxide. We have a gap between that and our target of 40% reduction of 1990 numbers. So, having said that, the item in front of you was continued from the October 27, 2022, because we were awaiting the calculations of what the impact of all the measures that were being considered, or that we've considered over the time by the Planning Commission, what that really means when it comes to meeting our general plan 40% reduction target of 1990 numbers by the year 2030. When we received the numbers, like I mentioned earlier, it kind of gave us a breakdown by category of how well we did in meeting those numbers. But then, Table 1 kind of give us a breakdown by measure, energy, transportation, agriculture, solid waste, and water and wastewater sectors. Those were the specific areas. Transportation, I did mention transportation. Those are specific areas where these numbers were calculated, and the results were identified both in Table 1 and in Table 2 that actually shows what our gap is. And said our emissions goal was 197,348, and our gap is 56,229. So, as mentioned by Deputy Counsel, this meeting is supposed to generate some recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on how we can close that gap. I would also like to mention to you that in the package that you received, the comments from Commissioners Ladish and Plotnick were included. These were comments that were not considered by the consultants because they were not consensus. They were not comments that were agreed upon by the entire commission, and they were considered to be individual comments, which may or may not have been considered in arriving at the numbers. But at this particular point, we have all the options on the table, and if there are viable options included in any of the information that you have in front of you, including the latest information received from Commissioner Ladish regarding the report and any of his recommendations, this would be a forum for us to have that kind of conversation. I'll be glad to answer any additional questions you may have. Thank you.
I am still unclear as to what the effects are if we do not, I mean, other than greenhouse gas disaster, what if we do not meet the goal?
Right.
And I guess really what it is if we do not match the goals that were set in the state statute.
Right.
Does that make our secret procedures more complicated than they are now, or does it mean that we don't get an easing of the CEQA review?
Commissioner Ladish, the answer is that one of the benefits of being able to comply with our SB 32 40% reduction is that it streamlines our CEQA process. So going forward, if we're not in compliance, it makes CEQA processing a little bit more complicated.
But it'd be more complicated than if we had met it.
Yes.
But it's wouldn't be more complicated than it is now.
It would be more complicated than it is now if we don't meet our target. If we have met our target, it would be, because right now we haven't really adopted a greenhouse gas. We're working towards that particular goal. One of the other concerns that we might have if we don't meet our target is that there's all kinds of funding tied into being able to comply, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I need to get some more clarification, and I had this conversation with the CAO this morning. I need to get some more clarification on the specifics of the impact of our not meeting those targets on how we process CEQA in the future. My understanding is that it would be a little bit more complicated because then we have no threshold. So therefore, rather than, for example, if we were doing an analysis on let's say, transportation impacts, and we were looking at greenhouse gas effects, by complying with a 40% reduction, we would have a threshold by which we would measure a project against. Now, if we don't have that, it means that each particular individual project going forward in the future that has a CEQA implication, which might be most of our discretionary projects, would require additional analysis, which...
Additional analysis from what we would now need to do?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
I'd like to add, could I add some clarification? I think part of the confusion is there's two different CEQA issues. One is that we are adopting this greenhouse gas reduction plan as a mitigation measure for our prior adopted EIR, the general plan EIR. And so because adopting a plan that complies with SB 32 is a mitigation measure for the general plan EIR, there is a CEQA complication if we were to make a decision to not try to meet it, to not adopt a plan that tries to meet it. The Board of Supervisors has given us pretty clear direction that it does not want a recommendation, or, I mean, the Planning Commission could do what it wants, but it doesn't intend to attempt to lower the bar beneath SB 32. At this stage, the Board of Supervisors wants to have a plan that is in line with our current general plan so that we don't have to engage in the CEQA complications that go with changing a mitigation measure. Okay, the other CEQA piece, there's actually three CEQA pieces. The second CEQA piece is what environmental document do we need to adopt the greenhouse gas reduction plan? Okay, and under the CEQA guideline that covers tiering and streamlining analysis of greenhouse gas emissions under 15183.5, okay, if this reduction plan that we do that does use SB 32 as our target, if we want to continue, as the board does want to continue, to also make it a document that allows for tiering, okay, we would have to follow 15183.5, and it would have to meet those requirements. Those requirements say that a plan for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, once adopted following certification of an EIR or adoption of an environmental document, may be used to tier cumulative impacts of greenhouse gas at the project level. So one of the questions that we have to answer is, are we doing an EIR to adopt the reduction plan, or are we doing a mitigated NAGDEC or other environmental document? There's nothing in 15183.5 that says when how we choose between an EIR or mitigated NAGDEC, and so therefore regular CEQA applies. And the question that has to be asked is whether this greenhouse gas reduction plan, whether there's substantial evidence that it will reduce cumulative greenhouse gas impacts below the significance level. It doesn't say in here that you have to have an SB 32 target in order to use it for streamlining, although it's possible. I can understand if the consultants are suggesting that given the state of California has found that that is the level of significance for purposes of trying to reduce greenhouse gases, we might have a hard time proving if we decide to lower that bar for ourselves. Okay, so, and regardless of whether or not it's necessary for CEQA streamlining, we have committed to the SB 32 target as part of our general plan mitigation. And so those are the CEQA issues. And I don't know, are there any remaining questions about whether it makes it more complicated or less complicated? We could choose not to do CEQA streamlining. We didn't commit to that in our general plan, but we did commit to SB 32. And since we did commit to SB 32, and it sounds like the consultants believe that we can use that to create a streaming document without necessarily needing to do a full-blown EIR, the board would like to take advantage of that opportunity to make it easier for developers at the project level.
That's what I was trying to get to. So
Okay.
it will make it less complicated for developers at the project level if we take on that complication now.
And so it sounds like Mr. Pedro has something he'd like to
Yeah,
add.
just, I guess as a continuation of your staff report. No, but it touches on some of the things you guys have spoken to. I do want to stand before you and represent that the board is absolutely committed, to meeting the standards set forth in the general plan. If there's any question, they are committed to do that. The other thing I wanted to convey is to each one of you, I've heard repeatedly from every member of the board that they greatly appreciate the time and the diligence that every one of you put into your work here. They take your input seriously, and they want to continue to get your input on this. You got what I'm going to call installment number one on the consultant, based on the work done to date. There's more alternatives that need to be developed, and again, I don't know how much of this has been discussed previously, but just to say, we're still working with the COG and their consultants, a process to where we can get additional measures that could be presented to you, alternatives with the associated reduction that goes along with each of those, and be able to provide that to you and give you one more time, with all the information, with some options that can get us to the finish line and get your input. The board would very much like to get your input on that and your recommendation on what you would like to see or recommend that they do in putting together a plan that would get us across that finish line, get us to that goal, that standard that's set in the general plan. I'd love to tell you exactly how that's going to work, with the COG and the consultants. We're working on that literally, right now. But I can mention one option that's been discussed is someone I think that you're very familiar with is Amber Collins, I believe is the last name. Someone that you know very well, I think most of you know. And she might be one of our liaison representatives to work with the consultant. And I think that'd be very helpful because someone that can translate.
Promising thing, yes.
Yes. I've heard a lot of good things about her, and that it may be maybe the perfect person to help be a liaison between us and the consultants, so we can kind of translate, to English for those that don't speak in these terms usually. And anyway, that may be the way that we work with the consultants to come up with additional measures that could be considered by the commission. But something I believe council and I still want to call him Gabriel. It says you're the interim CAO, by the way. Good for you.
Bye.
Now I throw myself off with this stuff. But okay, I'll just sit down. But we do want to come back with additional measures as soon as we can. I wish I could give you a time frame because again, we're putting this together. So once we can sit down with whoever, if it's Amber, however that is, and then whatever additional list that we might come up with of options, get that to the other sub-consultant that does these calculations that you saw. How long will it be between the time we can give them a list of things, additional things to consider, and when we can get those computations back so then we can come back to you all? I don't have a time frame on that yet. But the other point I was going to make was, I heard it mentioned, if there are additional measures that you have in mind right now, and it sounds like there are, by all means, provide that to Gabriel, and we will add that to the list of things that can be looked at. Again, our work is still ongoing on this, so there will be additional measures with associated reduction numbers put to them, and that will be returned to you at a subsequent date for your consideration. I hope that provides some clarification to you.
Yeah, it was exactly what I was going to ask today, which was, could our recommendation to the supervisors be, we need more data?
Yeah, we're gonna before it goes to the board, you will have more alternatives to consider with the associated impacts as you consider those additional measures. That's the goal.
Well, isn't it going to the board this coming Tuesday?
No.
Okay.
No, they want to wait and have information come to you all so you can consider it and prepare a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
I didn't know that.
Thank you.
That's news to us. Thank you for getting that off the agenda.
Yes, thank you very much. So I want to clarify one thing, is that the comments that you distributed of mine were actually comments that the Planning Commission asked me to put together to be passed on to the consultants, and then that we discussed with some little tweaks. They were not my personal comments. They were a result of our discussions here at the Planning Commission, and yet they have been characterized as comments that were my private comments. So I think there has been a significant amount of confusion around this item that spills over into Commissioner Ladish's comments, which many of those were also discussed at length here, and especially the discussion around prioritizing items that are already in our general plan, policies and goals of the general plan that could be rolled into the greenhouse gas. They were not just Commissioner Ladish's comments. That was not his private direction. That was the direction of the Planning Commission, and yet we don't see that reflected. And I can understand that, because what was in writing were his original comments. But it's as though, I think, 4 previous days of discussion of this item, that all of that direction was not adequately captured and relayed to the consultants. And I can understand why there was a long and convoluted discussions, and the consultants were not participants in any of it. So
just to clarify, as far as what the recommendation from my office would be, in general, just for Brown Act purposes, would be that, and I don't know what actually got passed to the consultant and what didn't, but any comments that could clearly be deciphered as a consensus comment, where I know we don't poll for every single thing or every single change, but if it was clear that it was a consensus comment, my advice was that those can go on to the consultant. But if we couldn't decipher that it was consensus, or certainly if it was comments that came after that were not discussed at a meeting, that we would need to hold off on incorporating that into
these items were discussed at a meeting, but it's not that there was a new document produced. Tim didn't go back and produce a new document that then we all voted on and said, these are the items we agree on. We just discussed a number of those items at the meeting. So I think just our process didn't contribute to this being very efficient, or the consultants really getting every bit of the direction. And I don't know how we could have improved it. It was a messy process.
Madam Chair, if I may comment on your comments. Every single email written by any commissioner regarding the GHG measures were sent to the consultant. Every single one of them. The question now became, how do we decipher all these comments and make them into, or include them into the county's documents? And it became a selective process. One of the challenges we had was that we did not come at the end of each meeting with a specific resolution saying that the following information shall be included. So it became one of those things where there's several information. Some of them may already have been included in the original measures that we received. Some of them expounded on some of the original measures that we received, and some of them criticized some of the original comments that we received. So going through that selective process, I think we kind of took the middle ground and said, and I watched every single video of every single meeting, and I came up with every single comment, every single comment that were made, and put that into a summary and sent that to the consultants for them to consider. So I think it's a combination of taking information that seemed like was discussed, and then information that I received post-Planning Commission discussion in email form, and those clearly were not considered as part of the overall measures that were considered. However, this is the opportunity. Now that we know that we have 56,000 metric tons of carbon monoxide deficiency gap, those could be considered towards meeting our goal. So it's not a wasted effort, and like the CAO just mentioned, the Board of Supervisors is willing to give the Planning Commission that time and opportunity to have a constructive approach to solving this particular gap that we have. And those, in addition to others, would be considered and analyzed and given a score, hopefully to the point where we close that 56,000 metric tons of gas that we have.
One comment, I'm going to save most of my comments until after public comment, but one thing, we couldn't have resolutions because this was an informational item.
Right.
And so we're stuck in
I know.
this netherworld.
It's yeah.
So, but I certainly have a lot to say, but I'll wait until after public comment.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm going to wait until everyone's had their chance. My comments were not that, it's fine that the consultants were told not to take our individual comments. My point is that many of those individual comments there was consensus on during discussion.
Okay.
And I feel like that wasn't actually captured. Also, there was a lot of directional consensus that was to go to the consultants about the kinds of additional measures we would like them to come back to us with, and what those priorities might be. And I see absolutely no evidence of that any of that has been addressed.
Yeah.
That maybe because the consultants didn't believe that was part of the scope of their work for this phase. We're not clear because we're not clear on what the consultants are being told to do.
Right.
So there's just a big disconnect, I think, between what the Planning Commission's expectations were and what was returned to us. But I want to give everybody else an opportunity and make sure that it's clear that the public hearing portion of this meeting is open, and it is an opportunity for the public to also comment on that. We did receive a couple of letters, not a lot of correspondence. So, commissioners, would you guys like to give your comments, or would you like to hear from the public first?
Oh, I think public first, please.
And I would just like to point out, a public hearing wasn't actually required for
Yeah,
this.
but we would have
for this
public
hearing, just for the
comment
record
anyway.
today. Right. So we have a public hearing open because it was noticed that way. Just for the record, legally, it was not required to be. A public hearing, normally an informational item would not be.
But we would offer the opportunity
Sure.
for public comment on the
Of
item
course.
anyway, so it all
Yeah.
works out well. So we'd love to hear from anybody who'd like to speak, Al.
Al Segal, Taxpayer Association. I'm grateful for the good work you're doing, and especially Tim. This is a really good analysis, in my opinion, and it should be perhaps adopted by the Planning Commission. We seem to be suffering from some bad science. The global warming theory that global warming is caused by CO2, turns out there's no scientific backing for that at all. However, there is scientific backing that proves that that is not the case, and it goes right to, do you remember the film done by Al Gore called An Inconvenient Truth? Anybody ever see that? The older people probably remember that. Well, in the film, Al Gore shows a chart that's a reflection of the ice core samples, showing spikes, historical spikes in CO2 and global warming. When that chart is not jumbled together, but so you can see the connection, there is a connection. After increases in global warming, the CO2 goes up over and over and over again. It's so scientifically solid that CO2 increases follow global warming. There's other things that can create CO2. But in the film, what Al Gore did, he squeezed it together so you didn't see the difference in those spikes. It appeared that they were together, like CO2 caused global warming. And he was very careful with his words in that film. He said, can anybody doubt there's an association between CO2 and global warming? Well, according to the way he got that chart, well, certainly there's an association. But the association was not shown because the chart was not properly shown. And so CO2 is a nutrient, makes plants grow, and I don't think anybody here doesn't like food. And so you should be in favor of CO2 since it's not a poison, it's not a pollutant, and it's good for plants. And an increase in CO2 will also increase plant growth, which also increases oxygen. And so the science is pretty solid behind the exposing CO2 as a nutrient, not a pollutant. Now we look at what's before us now. You're supposed to accept somebody saying that got to have reduction in CO2. Why? You're not supposed to ask that question. Since there's no science behind it, the question ought to be asked. A house built on quicksand can be beautiful, but it's going to sink. And such is the case with this CO2 claim by the proponents. It's a political thing. It's not scientific. And as a taxpayer and a member of the public, I really appreciate giving some good thought to it and finding a solution whereby you will not support any reduction in CO2. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette, is there anybody online at this time?
There's nobody online at this time.
Okay. So that will conclude our public comments for the time being, and the commissioners will have their opportunity to speak. Who would like to go first?
Well, I just have a question, a couple of questions of the planning director first. The 1990 emission figures that show up here for the first time, and the report doesn't tell us where they came from. Presumably, we'll be getting further information on that, but for today's purposes, do you have any further information of the source of these 1990 figures or how they were derived?
Commissioner Worcester, if I remember correctly, I think these 1990 numbers were taken out of a 2018 document. That's where those numbers came from, and it was And I did mention to them that you had questioned that the commission did not know what the 1990 numbers were, or that they have never been seen, so they said they have it, and it said it's part of a 2018 document, and they sent it to me. And I included it just so that we know what we're working off of. We are, our target was to reduce these numbers by 40% by the year 2030, and knowing the baseline, that I thought this information was quite important.
And just, I think what the consultants did is they took the emissions inventory that was our 2018 emissions and extrapolated back to create our 1990 numbers.
That's my recollection also.
It will-
So it's an.
So is that a guess?
An extrapolation of an estimate to another extrapolation.
So it's a guess.
Well, we knew the forecasted numbers for the future were derived from a 2018 inventory data. But it was never said how they were going to come up with the 1990 numbers, and that raises questions about why is ag really high in 1990 and nothing else is, and it drops 49% all by itself? And did the 1990 numbers take account of vehicle efficiencies and insulation efficiencies in houses and so forth in the 28 years between 1990 and 2018? And how was this done? Because those numbers are just as important as the forecast numbers. And the bigger the 1990 numbers get, the easier it is to make the 40% target.
Right. And I believe that they have some formula algorithm that they plug our 2018 into, and it takes it back to 1990 based on some medians or averages, just like we've come up with other numbers that way.
I wonder if they also took into consideration that cars in 2018 were far more efficient than they were in 19. Yeah, that's your point.
I think that's it. That is part of that algorithm that they're using.
But do we know that to be a fact, or is that just something we're guessing they might have done? I mean, is that a fact?
Pretty certain that there is an accepted practice for the way in which
Absolutely.
they do this,
Okay.
because it's being done everywhere, every county and city in the state,
Well, the
and
other-
other states.
The other
2018
complication,
figures are the,
Yeah,
Right.
if they're off, everything's off.
exactly, which is what we've been saying all along, that we're concerned about.
and then the
Right.
transportation is the biggest sector. And then
Right.
they have a way of counting trips that start outside the county and end here, or start inside the county and someplace else, that attributes half of that to the county, whether it starts in Burson and goes to Bay Area or whatever. And then the question is, how does that work with 1990 when they presumably didn't have the technology to say where these trips were starting and ending? So that's a complication.
Commissioner
Anyway,
Worcester, I can tell you
It's
that
just a calculation.
traffic analysis back in the 90s was based on average daily trips, which is called ADTs. And even with ADTs, they're able to allocate traffic, percentage of traffic to specific destinations. I think most of the traffic that will probably be allocated towards Calaveras County at that time may have been focused towards those who came here for recreational purposes, and they have a percentage allocated for that at the time. Today, though, traffic generation rates are based on vehicle miles traveled, called VMTs. So you go from average daily traffic to VMTs. So it's a different way of looking at the pattern of traffic and how traffic is allocated. Another significant difference between 1990 and today is the advent of electric vehicles. We have more electric vehicles today than in 2018 or 2022 than we had in 1990. So that also may have an effect. But to truly get a definitive answer as to all the parameters used in arriving at the 1990 numbers, it would be nice if we could, have the consultant sitting in front of the commission and question specifically. But I think based on the nature of the contract and the number of meetings they've consented to, some of those things are not within their scope of work, which is somewhat frustrating to me because I can't really get some of the answers that I want to get from them when I'm told it's not within our scope. But the information you have is the information that was provided to me, and how the information is derived is a combination of what our county council just mentioned and what is the practice in the industry for these kinds of things.
Right, so I think we'll see if we have consensus from the commissioners on this. If we could direct a question to the consultants, if they could provide us a paragraph or two that describes how they come up with the 1990 numbers. Is it a simple calculation based off 2018, or was it influenced at all by numbers specific to Calaveras County's situation?
In 1990.
Yeah, in 1990. So it...
I certainly would be a part of such a consensus.
Yeah, I personally think that's required. And like Supervisor Wooster was saying, I mean, just the things like the example of the electric car, that may be true in other counties, but our rural county may have less electric vehicles, may have less new cars, may have more diesel, older cars, and those are all going to have implication on what this total number is going to be. There's, much more travel or distance that we have to go from area to area, and there's so many things that could contribute to being able to make that 1990 number. So.
The irony here is that if we question these 1990 numbers and they come out higher for 1990, that means the 40% reduction is more. And I think we end up shooting ourselves in the foot. But it would be nice to be accurate.
I don't believe that they're going to change their 1990 numbers. What we are going to get back is an explanation of how they derived that number.
Yeah.
It's just that will satisfy our curiosity. We have so many questions about the 2018 numbers. It's unlikely that getting a 1990 explanation is going to result in fewer questions about those numbers.
I might point out that in my comments that are based on the comments that you just got this morning and haven't had a chance to read through, I think now that we understand that this memo by itself means absolutely nothing and will not even be considered by the consultants, if I run through a summary of it and we have a consensus that it raises questions that we would like answered, then I guess this has some weight. And by consensus, I don't think there needs to be unanimous agreement.
No.
I think a consensus
Majority.
It's a majority.
be a majority. But I'm interrupting your question.
No, I was done with my question.
Okay. well,
So
then-
let me say, my suggestion today was that we each have an opportunity to talk, just give your general comments, and that then we go through the memorandum we got from them and point out any areas that we feel did not reflect the direction of the Planning Commission, or that we have questions or concerns about, and that we then try to generate some additional information for the consultants to use in developing additional measures. So whether it's suggestions of measures or areas to look at, is everybody okay with that?
Well, my comments are going to involve specific comments
Well, I'm
in
saying,
the
so
report.
that maybe you hang on to those and we go through those as part of that discussion, and you give your overall comments on just where we're at here today and what you'd like to.
Well, that isn't the way I want to do it, if that's what the chair directs.
Well, we're not going to spend time going over every one of your items from 4 different lists first before everyone else
I
gets the
understand
chance
that.
to talk. So
But
if you just
this-
want to wait, let those guys give their
but-
comments, we'll start in on yours.
But this is the general comments that I have.
Right, you're the last comments that you sent.
Yeah, the last
Or
comments I
general
said.
comments, yes.
Then I have specific suggestions that apparently I need to individually bring before the, but
I
I'm
think,
not going to do
yes.
that at this point.
Right.
So we're on the
Perfect.
same?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Well, first I'd like to start off that I appreciate the compliment you gave me on this memorandum in the public comments, but I disagree with you on the science. And I think the input we got from Mickey Williamson, which has some very good suggestions as to what, once we have a GHG plan, what sort of staffing is needed. I think that's very good. But her last paragraph was, above all, please take this greenhouse gas reduction plan extremely seriously. This is not merely a hoop to jump through that is required by the state of California. This is the future of our people and our land. Do not merely see how little you can do to satisfy the state. Think about where you live and the future of this place, what it will be for our children, our grandchildren, and most definitely up to you. And I would add to that, if we can reach the state goal, we have taken a major step as a county to do our part to preserve the climate and our basic standard of living. There was a report in the San Francisco Chronicle this morning, and I don't know what all the scientific basis for this, but it was estimating that in some places in the state, without greenhouse gas control, the temperatures would be expected to rise by 10 degrees by the end of the century. And if I read their map correctly, we're probably in the 9-degree stage. This is, looking back on this summer, I mean, I'm not going to be around at the end of the century, but I certainly wouldn't want to be if our temperatures were 9 degrees higher than they were this summer. And that doesn't take into account extreme heat situations. But back on my comments, and I'm not going to read them. I hope you will get a chance to read them before we adjourn today. But the point is, we're presented with figures by the consultants, and we're going to fail to meet by 56,229.24 metric tons of CO2 equivalent the goals that are set in the general plan. It does not propose any additional measures. We need to propose some. I understand from the interim CEO that the consultants and CCOG and others are trying to come up with some alternatives. I will be suggesting some later. My problem, well, I have several problems with the report. One, again, the consultants have failed to explain their methodology. They say, oh, well, let's have a 10% reduction in the power that has to be provided by PG&E. How did they reach that goal? Are they just thinking, well, that sounds reasonable, let's try that? We don't know. They are being very non-transparent with how they're reaching their goals. And then they reach the figures of how much reduction can be expected for various measures. But with some measures, like in agriculture, AG1, they have many, many, many different actions, and then they don't state, they just state one reduction figure, not that this one will take out this much, that one will take out that much. So they're expecting us to accept on faith their determination of the figures. They have, secondly, they haven't compensated or correct, as far as I can tell, blatant errors in the GHG inventory. I mean, we always refer back to the dairy farms and feedlots that they've included in our inventory, but where have they taken those out? We don't know. And, of course, we don't know how many other errors in the inventory that we failed to spot. Third, there's a failure to include reduction figure estimates in the first draft. This isn't anything that can be remedied now, but at least my natural assumption was, when we got the first draft of the GHG reduction plan, if we did all those things, we would meet the goal. I'd say that was a pipe dream, and I think they set us up to be blindsided at this point. Again, and on my fourth point, failure to include as reduction measures many general plan implementation measures that were proposed to the consultants and would decrease GHG emissions in ways specifically applicable to Calaveras County. Now, they asked individual commissioners to provide comments. I assumed when we provided comments that it would be given some weight. There's absolutely no indication that any weight was given to the comments of individual commissioners. And now we're told, well, we need to have a consensus of the Planning Commission. Well, at the June 9th Planning Commission meeting, all of the current members of the commission agreed that the GHG reduction plan should include all appropriate general plan implementation measures. I don't see where that was passed on to the consultants, except in my memo, which was treated as an individual memo, so was not given any weight at all, apparently. And I'm not saying, and I think we're going to have to go through these one by one later on to see if there is consensus for inclusion. I think if I proposed 30 different implementation measures from the general plan. And the general plan is our constitution of planning for the county. And these are measures that the county has already said, this is something we need to do. I included 30 measures. They took none of those recommendations. So, as I say, I think we're going to have to go through them later on. There's a failure, this is number 5, to indicate clearly the derivation and consistency of statistics for the reported 1990 GHG emissions. That's what's just already been discussed. I don't need to go on that. But once again, we're just supposed to accept on faith figures that are given to us. And these are key figures, as pointed out by Commissioner Wooster. Failure to state all reduction measures in mandatory form. We were told in the first draft that in order to count against the reductions, the reduction measures need to be stated in mandatory terms. They haven't changed from non-mandatory terms in many of these
They did explain that in one of the times that they were here, though, that recommendations to investigate could still have value, that everything did not need to be a mandatory.
But that was in their second column. Their first column was the actual reduced by such and such an amount.
But they explained verbally
They explained
how we could not have a mandatory.
Yeah, but even in this current recommendations, they put in footnotes saying, oh, this is voluntary. but then they put in those figures anyhow. At most, we need clarification on that. Even if my memo is just given the weight of a member of the public, which I would hope that they would give weight to, they failed to pointed out inconsistencies. They failed to correct pointed out inconsistencies among the proposed measures. In transportation, they say, let's implement the recommendations of the Central Sierra Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan. And then, as I point out in this memo, they then go through individual statements that are either duplicative of what's in that plan or inconsistent with it, like the number of charging stations and new developments. You know, there it was, black and white, to them. You've got inconsistencies here. They did nothing. They did not add recommended AG4. This was when I put in, I originally proposed that it was to apply for grants for the California Strategic Growth Council and others for a planning grant regarding conservation easements and agricultural land strategy plans for GHG reductions and carbon sequestration. At that point, the commission, the majority of the commission wanted to take out the word conservation easements, so I did in my final recommendation. I'd like to reconsider that today so we can get more reduction.
Excuse me, Tim.
Yeah.
They took nothing in consideration. It was all out of the scope of their work. So we get what you're saying. We need to get moving on because you're absolutely right. They didn't do any of that. It was, their answer is always, it's out of the scope of work that you hired us for. They didn't do it. We get it.
They didn't say these things were out of the scope of the work.
Isn't that what they're saying? Everything's out of their scope of work? It doesn't seem like anything is in their scope of work. What's in their scope of work is what they just dropped on us, which is nonsense.
Well, it was, and I won't take them much longer, but
Because we need to get moving here. I mean, we've got a lot to discuss.
I think we are moving here. I think this is something that needs to
We
go
get
to
what you're
them
saying.
with the endorsement of the Planning Commission. So I think when you have a chance to read it, I think I would appreciate an endorsement that these concerns are the commission's concerns. Okay? So, okay, there's duplications, I mean clear duplications. And they didn't suggest additional measures, and they didn't say what comes next. Now I have a better understanding that now we are going to have to make individual recommendations and have a poll of the commission, not a vote of the commission. So, okay, I am done.
Commissioner Parker, do you have global comments, or did I just, I think I heard them just now.
I have a question. So first, I have a comment. Yeah, I have a comment. So I think we can all agree that we need to try and take care of our planet. I think we all want to do that. I think what's going on here with this GHG is the cart is in front of the horse. In California, that's the norm. It feels good, so we're going to do it, okay? And it, to me, we're way ahead of where we should be because we don't have the information that we need to make educated decisions on how to move forward. And I know there's nothing we can do about that because that's the way it is, but I just want to voice that I think that this is the cart in front of the horse and that we should do this, but it should be thoughtful and, we should come up with the actual data that is accurate in order to make decisions. You can't make, quality decisions without quality information. I have a quick question. So what are the ramifications if we adopt something, if we say, okay, we can meet these 197,000 ton, whatever it was, if we actually come up with a way in our plan to do that, what are the ramifications if we don't actually meet that by 2030? Do you know what the ramifications are if we adopt it and then don't meet it?
Sue, I just want to say a couple of things. One, I'm not sure what the scope of work is fully either, but one of the things I'm hearing from all of your comments is, and I don't know the answer to this, I don't know whether what they're expecting of us now is to just come up with measures that they can then verify meet the SB 32 target, and that's it, or I'm kind of hearing Commissioner Laddish saying he might want to change the actual format or look of the report or have them be more clear in their report. It's possible that they're going to say that we have to, that will add to the scope, and it's possible that the county might, hey, I don't know.
This is not a document you would adopt as your final
Right,
plan.
right.
That was actually on my list, so I might as well add it in now, and everybody can see if they agree with this. We'd like to see an example of a completed report. It doesn't have to reflect anything of ours. It can be generic. What's the final report going to look like? Then we'll understand where we're headed with this.
Yeah, and then to answer Commissioner Parker's question, it's kind of what we were saying before. We don't have to, the plan has to defensively suggest that we will get to that number, but that's what we committed to, a plan, and it's like a general plan where we talk about how development's going to happen in 30 years. You don't know how it's actually going to pan out, but if the plan looks like it'll meet all the criteria, that's what you need to prove at that time. So if in 30 years, or if by 2030 we haven't actually reduced it, that's not really what's at issue. The issue is whether we have enough ingredients and measures in our plan that experts like the consultants can add them up and say, it appears that if we go forward and complete these things, we will reduce by SB 32 goals. We're not sitting around calculating whether we actually do that successfully. We adopt a plan that has to be defended as an adequate plan. Does that make sense?
Yes, so there's no ramifications if we can't actually,
At this
if
point,
we adopt it and can't meet it.
At this
there's no-
point, there's not.
Okay.
It's, of course, what we're all expecting is between now and 2030, as we sit here, we have the California Air Resources Board developing requirements that they have not yet adopted that might in fact require counties before that time to actually get there, or possibly have some sort of penalty. That's all unknown right now, but the state, as we sit here, is developing regulations that will become mandatory, I suspect, for counties that don't meet the state's goals.
And right in the legislation, it discusses how the state set this goal and that they will be reassessing the goal to see if it's realistic at intervals, because they understand that this is a goal, we don't even know if we can get there. And today I read a report that just came out where they evaluated the efforts of large corporations, and they said that it would take significantly more changes to operations to begin to meet those corporations' own private goals for 2030, the ones they have set, not being told by somebody else to do it. This is what they determined for themselves. They're not going to hit their goals. However, the corporations who had goals are so far ahead of the corporations who didn't have goals that they believe that having a plan is still the right approach, and that's the takeaway government can get from this is you have to have something to head for, whether you're going to be able to realistically get there or not. So is that?
Madam Chair, that's absolutely correct. And it is not different from what counties and cities do anyway when we adopt plans. I'll give you an example of a general plan. In the environmental document of a general plan, you see steps that we are taking to meet the goals and policies that have already been set. The same thing you would find in a housing element plan, whereby we have to do annual reports to show how we are in compliance with some of the goals and objectives that we have set in our housing element. In this particular arena, Madam Chair, I think you've come up with some very intriguing statements. My personal opinion is that we need to understand collectively how rural counties in general have fared in meeting their 40% goal. And this is no indication that we need to go back and change anything. This is just an indication that when the 40% goal was set and adopted, what were the parameters? What were the legislators thinking about at the time? And now that we're in the thick of this, is there going to be a point where somebody might say, I'm hearing from my constituents, and they're telling us that it's going to be very challenging for them to meet this particular goal. There might be two options available. One, extend the target date beyond 2030. Two, lower the percentage from 40% to something else. If we were not 40% reduced, let's say we were 25% reduced, perhaps we may have met our 25% target rather than our 40% target. Again, these are things when we're dealing with something that's new, especially when it has to do with the environment. There are a lot of political implications. Promises may have been made. California is always the first in reduction of emissions, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm hoping that somewhere during this process, we would go back and revisit SB 32 and measure the success rate of it. I know there are communities that have adopted a CAP, but how many within the state of California? So when we begin to ask those questions, I think we begin to get a better understanding that we're not alone. It is not us. When you set the goal so high, we may not be able to reach it. And in cases where we're not able to reach those goals, what options do we have as a poor rural county if we don't meet those goals? Do we get to be given an additional time to meet them? I'm looking at this from a very holistic point of view. Having said that, our Board of Supervisors are committed to getting to that target, and until anything changes from the state level, that is the charge that we have. So if there is anything in your arsenal that you have as a commission, this is the time to actually throw it on the table. And one more comment that I would like to make was that the consultants were told, and County Council can verify, that they provide us with additional measures that we could implement to get us closer to our 40% goal. When I received the report, that's exactly what I got, and those additional measures were not identified or included. And when I asked the question specifically of the consultants, we were told that that was not within their scope of work. So
I do want to clarify two things. I do agree with Gabriel. I was at a meeting where they told us they were going to provide us measures, and I don't know what happened there. Okay, I mean, since I've only spoken in a meeting once with the consultants, and I don't know why we don't have them. But I do want to clarify that I understand that we're not required by law to have SB 32 as our goalpost, but I just want to take us back to what Mr. Pedro just said as sort of somebody who's aware of the board.
We're not questioning that.
Yeah, the board has not given us any direction to talk about 2045 or to change the target. That's not on the table.
He was just asking if there were going to, I think Commissioner Parker just wanted to know if there were
If there were-
penalties.
Yeah, are there ramifications?
To,
Oh,
and are
right.
is it better to lower the goalpost and make
Right.
it, or is it better to go ahead and go for it all and we do the best we
I
can?
was just responding to
Yeah.
what Gabriel was saying. I didn't want the commission
Yeah.
to get the idea that the board is willing to be that creative. Okay,
So-
we're clear.
And I wouldn't know, no, and I wasn't, just to clarify, I wasn't referring to the board. The board cannot do that. I was referring to the state itself.
Yeah.
Because when you have a collection of counties, small, rural, poor counties, that cannot make the target, are they now going to go to their representatives and say, hey, this is crazy, we can't meet this? And is that going to trigger another look at, these numbers and perhaps make some changes? This is not directed to the Board of Supervisors at all. This is directed to the challenges that we have and how sometimes, like Commissioner Parker just mentioned, we put the cart before the horse. So maybe we identify 40% and then we say, go get it. And it's like everybody tried and nobody got 40%. So in that case, what does the state now do? That's basically what I was talking about.
So can we submit a package that falls short of the goal?
No.
You can't. So we have to either find it or then what?
Right.
The potential ramifications would be no funding for the small, rural, poor counties.
Exactly, to be
who can't meet the requirements.
So-
Exactly. I think that's
Yeah.
and not being able to use it for the tiering for any future project.
And
Do we know-
not only that, there are certain fundings that are attached to compliance with SB 32 that we may not be able to take
Not
part
with
of.
achieving it, just to having a plan that shows how you could
No, I
conceivably
understand.
achieve it.
So do we know of any rural counties that have put something out that meets those goals that we could look at? I mean, is there any rural counties in our state that have been able to meet? Do we know?
I think they're all the ones I have found are in the same state we are. They're just at this stage.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's kind of trying to hit the same timeline here.
But
So
everybody
I-
also pretty much uses the same consultants, and so the expectation would be that these consultants would bring those types of measures.
Tuolumne used somebody different. Theirs looks completely different.
Well, but it's available to those consultants,
Oh,
for
yeah.
our consultants, to be able to identify the measures that are most appropriate for
All
small
the same,
rural.
the same kind of stuff in
They
it.
copied each other. They're sitting at the desk next to each other going, oh, that's a good
Yeah, I
idea.
think you're absolutely right, though, what you're saying is I would have expected the consultants to all have been really watching what each other are putting out there.
That was their
and-
job, and they didn't do that. And so there had two components to their job. First off, we should know what the scope of work is. But secondly, is that they didn't correct their own edits. Like, they needed to edit and make corrections. That's just a simple request that was made multiple times that wasn't done, that now we're going to be paying them a change order to go back through their document to clean it up so that we can review it. And then secondly was that these considerations of the commission's consensus comments that weren't considered, those should have been measures that we shouldn't be coming up with all of this. It's good that we have ideas and things that we know because we know our community and our county, but that's their job, is to present these to us so that we have an idea of what is possible for us to be able to get towards that meeting of the goal.
But when we were questioning them, they had no ideas either. This is what they do. They just throw out a boilerplate, they collect their check, and and I think, as a teacher of green practices, they get an F from me, I can tell you that.
That's a report generated by information produced by us, and that's not what their job is. That's not what their scope of work should be.
I think There's a lot of consensus on the frustration end here
I'm
that we
done.
all
I'm
agree
done.
with what each other have said.
So I do have a question, because originally it was scheduled for the board next week because I felt like there was a deadline that we needed to meet with this. So what's happening now then?
There was a deadline, and we just heard from Mr. Pedro this morning that he, I think, has convinced the board that we don't need to put it on the agenda that soon. And that because our measures did not equal the SB 32 goal, he would like, it sounds like the board is willing to let the planning commission work on selecting measures and coming up with additional measures that'll get us to that goal.
So there's not like a state required submit
It was
within
our
this
general
timeframe?
plan timeline for adoption, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Can that be amended?
22, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no repercussion for having it done 3 months late.
Right.
It's just we're
As long as
trying
we're
to meet
making-
those
yeah.
things. The public has the expectation that if the general plan says we're going to adopt these things by these dates, that we're at least trying to do it. I think what's happened here is that the Board of Supervisors is now very clear on what we're dealing with, having heard about this latest.
I had a chat last night with Gary myself.
Yeah, so
They don't
I
want to deal with it yet.
think
they
they
don't.
understand now that it's just not ready to come to them.
We're, to my calculations, we're 28% plus % off of meeting our goals. That's a pretty lofty,
Yeah.
you know, we got a lot of work to do in order to do that, and I can't imagine how that's possible based on the discussions that we've already had.
And
It's
a
going to
part
be
of that is
interesting.
considering how they came up with their figures, how they came up with their individual reduced by 10%, this and that and the other thing. You know, maybe those figures could be, maybe the goals, individual goals could be increased, which would decrease our falling short of the other.
I believe I heard Kelly state in the very beginning that they could be off by 94%. I think that was the number I heard. My goodness, if we could get it down to 50%, maybe we've already met our goals. I mean,
Well, agriculture already
Yeah.
did, according to them.
I think maybe we
Flawed.
begin with the document that we did receive from the consultants, and we go through literally item by item, measure by measure, and say, does this reflect something that we are willing to have in our final plan? Are they the right goals? You know, there are things in here that I didn't believe we did have consensus on, so I just want to make sure we all believe we're in the realm here,
Well,
to start with.
I have a number of comments that would apparently run counter to the board's direction.
Yes.
I am not convinced the board fully appreciates the nature of this animal we're dealing with and the challenges, to put it mildly, to reach that goal. But two observations. One, the general plan doesn't require that we adopt this plan by the end of 2022. It says develop a plan that meets these goals. Well, we haven't done that. The second thing, I keep hearing that there's funding tied to SB 32. I don't know how that works, what the numbers are, how important it is. I would point out that other jurisdictions vary in their reduction goals, as shown on page 51 of the inventory, where a number of jurisdictions have different goals. So they apparently didn't think the funding was all that important, that they clung to the 40% by 2030 goal. Having said that, I'll save my general comments until later, and we're going to go through what they proposed.
Yeah, let's look at that first item, measure RE1, increase community renewable energy. We all agreed, yeah, that sounds great. The convert 5% of existing PG&E electricity community energy to renewable. I have no problem with that goal, I just don't have a sense of the 5%. Like, what is the adoption rate of alternative energy in the county right now? Is there anything informing 5% as a goal?
And that's one goal that I think sounds somewhat low.
I agree. I mean, I think there's potential for more.
And the higher that goal, the more reduction would be shown and the reduction impact.
Yeah, but I don't know how, I don't believe that I am sufficiently informed.
That's why we have consultants.
Right.
So,
And also, the definition of converting, does that mean totally getting off the grid? Does that mean having
No.
alternative, like solar panels and things of that nature? So reducing it by 5% county-wide, I have to agree, is quite low, if you ask me. I mean, that is easily achievable, I think.
It seems achievable when I look at the number of people I know and have, and talk to that are installing solar or doing other things to reduce their dependency. So could that number be raised, but are the consultants going to be able to give us any direction in that regard?
I can ask.
So how does everybody feel about this?
well, I think, I certainly share your doubt that 5% is as high a goal as it could be. And it's part of just the general thing. We need to know how they set these goals. We need to know how they set these reduction impacts.
And if we increase it, how much does that reduce the 56,000 shortfall?
Yep.
Well, I think we could put a number on it. If we made it 10%, that number would
Let's see what they come
become
back with.
20.
Double.
No, we could just do the math.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see, okay.
We have a number right there. I don't think that's our job, though. I think our job is to say we might be
We can do more.
open to raising,
Yeah, we can do
raising that if there's any kind of evidence showing that that's what's happening here. Then the next one says pursue DIR storage and grid optimization, and it has a 25% number. I'm unclear where they're getting the 25%, and it has a lot of value.
It's almost the same.
Right, per.
And Madam,
percentage.
Madam Chair, this looks to me like if we're talking about energy distribution sources, resources, like microgrids, these are not enterprises that the county can actually get into. I think we might need a third party to collaborate in these kinds of efforts. And this may be also tied to, PG&E or other agencies, energy storage opportunities. We're not going to build a power station anytime soon in our county. So this kind of a measure is something that we need to get some clarification on, in my opinion.
Except it's talking about not just the source energy, it's talking about grid optimization and energy storage.
Right.
So that could be happening not at the individual
Level.
And so, maybe that 25% is a reasonable number because maybe that's coming anyway. I think definitely California is pushing for more storage, both in hydro by just at what elevation you store the water, so you can run it back through at different times a day, but also just batteries for solar. And so I don't know. I think obviously I'm fine with leaving that one as it is.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to be lowering.
No, and I don't see that there's anything that, I think it's mostly not something we're asking our individual residents here to do. Okay, how about promote on-site renewable energy generation for government operations? And
I have a question there. Is it, by saying government operations, does that make it clear that everything within the paragraph is limited to government operations? I mean, the
Yeah,
the
it
last
says-
two sentences.
it says
are-
county-owned land, so.
Okay.
Well, this saves, what, 5?
Yes,
minutes?
nothing.
It's nothing. Next.
Yeah, exactly, next.
I mean, I don't know that the county ought to be spending a lot of money on that.
Yeah, well, it's inconsequential, the amount of savings that you get anyway, so.
And they're not going to because they buy their power at such cheap rates, so they're going to do it only as it makes sense as part of some other project, so.
And you
Conduct,
notice it's support, promote, and evaluate are the action verbs in there, so.
yeah.
I don't know that there's any, necessarily any county expenses.
So conduct energy conservation outreach and education, definitely. I think we all agreed that was fine.
But it seems like we could increase it.
Is 5% reasonable?
It has big numbers, so, I mean, if we increase that, we get a pretty good gain.
I'd like to point out, there is a typo in there, which I, of course, pointed out originally. And that's when it was clear to me they were disregarding whatever I said. But the third line down, promote of programs, the of needs to be taken out. By God, if I'm going to achieve anything in this process, I'm going to get rid of that of.
It seems like that could be increased, right? I mean, it's only 5%.
Well, I think we question that, yeah.
Yeah,
Can that be increased?
Yes, so we like it. Could it be increased realistically?
Education can always be increased.
Right. Establish a green business program. So I think El Dorado and Placer, and anyway, over that way, some of the northern counties have, Sierra Business Council is involved in a green business program where they recognize businesses for this, and I think that's what they're talking about. It's not worth much. I think it's fine. There are businesses that are really interested in it, and if they could establish the program, you
And
guys.
are we having to have a consensus on each
Just-
step as we go? Well, then I'll go along with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Fisk, how do you feel about green business programs?
I will go along with you.
We have a consensus.
Well, I think we ought to assume we have a consensus to what the chair is saying unless somebody says
Okay.
differently.
Okay, perfect. That works for me. That speeds things up.
Okay.
So does that mean the commission would support an ordinance to that effect? Because that's basically what that statement is alluding to, is we have to have an ordinance. And if we're going to have an ordinance, the contents of that ordinance has to be something that we believe as a community that would actually be palatable.
So,
I would not be in favor
I
of
would
an
not. I
ordinance.
would
no,
not.
me either, and
But
I
it-
don't think it's required.
But, because I think it's saying green business program, like it's an option that they can do if,
Exactly.
like we have, I don't know, rebates or something.
Could be
for them
run
to-
through Sierra Business Council, it could be run through the chamber. I mean, there's all sorts of ways you could do this that doesn't,
Are you talking about EB1 or EB2?
EB1.
One.
Oh, EB2.
EB1,
Okay, I thought,
establish a
yeah.
green business program. Now we're going to
Right.
talk about the more
EB2.
problematic
Right,
EB2.
EB2.
Implement energy conservation ordinances that require energy and water efficiency upgrades at the point of sale. I thought that there was quite a lot of concern about this item when we discussed it
There was.
previously.
There was a tremendous amount. I think there still is.
I interject here that they did eliminate the prior EB1 through EB4, even though the planning commission, or the notes from the planning commission did not recommend we eliminate EB2.
Yeah, so that's one of the other things I thought we needed to do was afterwards go back through and see if things were eliminated that we actually didn't say needed to be eliminated. So you probably have a list of those, right, Tim?
No, it comes up. No.
Yeah, okay. But Or we can do them as we get to them, whatever seems most efficient.
Well, here, I think it's the EB2 and the original draft, that's this thing, which I assume is the form they're going to take for the final. EB2 was energy efficiency programs provide opportunities for homes and businesses to complete energy audits and pursue rebates and financing options to implement energy efficiency measures. That seems pretty innocuous to me.
Yeah, it seems like it should be in
And I
there.
don't know why they took it out, but we did ask the EB1, the old formerly EB1, 3 and 4 would be eliminated.
I can't find my list.
Maybe it didn't give us any points.
Maybe we want to say reinstate former EB2 or something like that.
Yes.
You know, I think maybe the issue might have been the fact that it specifically calls for an ordinance, and I think the Planning Commission was not ready to pass any ordinances along those lines.
Not, this,
I'm not
the
finding
former
the
EB2.
Former EB2.
Oh, the former EB2, okay.
Former EB2 is a pretty innocuous thing. I don't know if what their goal would be for it, but we did not ask that it be taken out. And right now, we want everything possible to be in, I think.
Right,
Even if we can get a point.
yes.
I don't see it in here at all.
Okay, so current EB2
Thank you.
is, requires energy and water efficiency upgrades at point of sale. Well, I think you could craft something that might make sense, like we have some current state requirements for upgrading plumbing fixtures at the time of sale and putting in carbon and smoke detectors. The way this is written, it seems like it could become a real issue.
That's probably why we pulled it out.
Yeah, so while I hate to pull something out.
Yes.
Well, we may have been the ones that did it originally.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I just was wondering how it got back in.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it would be when certain communities have a point of sale inspection of certain structures, but in our particular situation here, and unfortunately, the building official is not here, I don't think we have the manpower to conduct a point of sale inspection of every single property that was going to change hands. It's going to require coordination with the real estate industry, and sometimes we don't know what is for sale and when they are for sale. So, however, if there are, where I've seen this work is if we have approved certain development that benefited from either a density bonus or other kind of government grants and funds, at the point of sale of those types of structures, we may be able to accomplish this. But then when you look at the percentage of those kinds of developments in totality, it might not be worth the effort.
And I have in my notes that we had a consensus to remove it.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I thought too.
Right.
So I think we still feel like it should be removed.
Yes.
I do feel like that EB3 program, which, the former EB3, which is the low-income weatherization and housing rehab program, I don't know why we removed that. It says offer a housing rehabilitation loan program. It seems like there are those kinds of programs out there and money to fund them, and we had made the decision that if there was money available, we should at least put it in as an investigate developing and keep the measure in there.
Right. Actually, the comment to the Planning Commission was to take the word offer off and replace it with pursue grants to fund or expand housing rehabilitation loan program. That's what
Yes.
that was a consensus. So rather than
So we'd like that
offer,
back in.
right. So
Former
we
EB3
said,
back in.
pursue grants to do that rather than offer, and the question was, who will be offering it? The county, the commission didn't want the county offering grants to people. They wanted residents to be able to pursue whatever funding they could get.
Yeah,
for
whatever kind of
weatherization
programs
and,
are available out there that we could facilitate
Yeah.
making available.
Yeah, they are.
We would be interested in. Yeah.
Good notes, Gabriel.
Well, we might as well do these
I was pretty impressed by
concurrently.
that.
It probably makes sense to do them
Yeah.
as we go. That's great. Yeah, good notes. Okay, EB3, improve government operations, improve the efficiency of, I
That
think,
was EB7.
yeah, so what
And I-
is not there?
And I have a suggestion later on about putting in a implementation measure.
Right.
But I think we ought to do those separately. It's going to get very confusing.
Now, I think when you look at EB3, the new EB3 here, which is, let's see, existing buildings, increase awareness. I'm looking at the existing EB4 through 7, and I'm looking at this, the EB3 here. I am going to assume that if we implemented this, I mean, for example, it only gets us a total of 51, but in order to implement something like this, it's going to come at a significant cost to the county. Improve the energy efficiency of existing municipal buildings and infrastructure, including both interior and exterior. So street light, parking lot lighting, traffic signals, and other outdoor area lighting operations. Energy efficiency improvements. I just don't know if we have budgeted something like this to do these kinds of improvements, or whether or not they're just things that we do on a regular cycle. But if we're going to do this, I think we're going to take another look at, do we have the resources to do it at this particular time, and the benefits of it as well.
I think we can say, pursue grants to improve the
Improve, yes.
And
Great.
then
Yeah.
that takes care of your question, but we still keep the reductions.
We get the reduction, yes.
Well, yeah, I think it's fine, because I think if any project the county undertakes, even something as small as an office or a series of offices, is going to improve the efficiency of that
Absolutely.
area by more than 10%.
Yes.
If all they do is change the light bulbs.
Yes,
So
right.
I think it's a given that any project they undertake, so maybe what we could say is, so we're not asking them, we want to make sure we're not saying you have to do these projects, but if you do the project, it should increase the energy efficiency.
So
Okay.
I don't know, because I'm really under the opinion that the infrastructure of this nucleus of our county is quite old and has not had the improvements, because it keeps being put as the last thing on the burner.
Oh, absolutely.
And if there was a requirement for them to do some things that they should be doing, that instead of this last-minute emergency situation we constantly get ourselves in, we can provide more of a preventative opportunity and look at some of these projects earlier.
So perhaps develop a plan to incrementally improve the energy efficiency as part of a maintenance program here.
Capital improvement maintenance program, it would be great to see one of those for the
So-
county.
Would we support that?
Would you repeat that?
It's not there, I'm making it up.
No, I know. Would you?
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Actually,
keep that, but basically what we're saying is, rather than Band-Aiding things back together, and I'm gonna,
Well, for instance, we know that
Yes.
the power on this particular site has to be improved. So that could be an easy 15% improvement that contributes to our plan that we know has to take place in the next 5 to 6 years.
There's many things. We know there's some buildings proposed to be replaced during this time period. So I just think we need to make it clear that when they undertake any improvements, they need to, instead of just trying to limp along with the least amount they could do.
Right.
Go ahead and fix it permanently, which will just as a byproduct of newer equipment, take care of that.
Right, right.
Yeah, I just point out that within our general plan implementation measures, COS-5M has one thing saying, new and renovated county facilities shall be designed to exceed the requirements of the currently adopted California State Energy and Green Building Codes.
Right, Title
At the
20.
time of project approval, buildings shall be a minimum of 5% more efficient than required and shall eliminate the use of fossil fuels to the extent feasible. And that's something that I suggest, later on, I'm going to suggest we put
Yeah,
in
I
there.
just wrote it in here. So that seems like anything we do to an existing facility is going to improve it by 10%. I don't.
Right.
So would we modify EB-3, and if so, in what respect? Because it seems to me to be broad enough to include
Yeah,
doing
all
these
of it.
things as part of regular maintenance anyway, the way it's worded.
Yeah, I think what, I'm going to add to what Corey said, because what we've seen here is a pattern with the county of waiting until something breaks, and then it's an emergency, and there's not time to order the appropriate replacement equipment, and so instead, they kind of cobble things back together, and they pay more because there's not time to bid it appropriately and spec it appropriately, and is that,
Absolutely.
But I wonder if some of that is not procrastination, it's lack of funds in
it's
some instances.
both.
Most.
So I think this covers it, and maybe we can't in here tell them to develop a better maintenance plan, even though
Right.
that's what we'd like to say.
Right. Yeah.
Again, I
and-
question the 10%. Is that something that could be higher?
Yeah, and also, Commissioners, when you look at the original EB4 through EB7, some of those have been rolled into the
Yes.
new EB2 and EB3. So the original
Yeah, I mean-
EB6 was a RICO, and now you're seeing the RICO show up as a new EB2. So if you have your old 8.5 by 14 spreadsheet, the colorful ones, you would see that the original EB6 is now included as a new EB2. So most of those comments from EB4 through EB7 are now being consolidated into the new EB2 and EB3.
And EB3 is, has the measure EB4 greenhouse as the
Right.
I
calculate.
mean,
Right.
basically,
Which is the original EB5.
But why
current
EB4
EB3
went
was
away?
EB7. I had that we were removing EB6.
Yeah, see, but, yeah,
Right.
but it shows up as EB2, the new EB2.
Right, so we just took it back out in
Just remove that
here.
again.
Okay.
But why did they remove EB4, which I don't think there was any objection to, which is just increasing awareness and resources?
Do you have any notes on that? You
no.
seem to have me.
That was, I don't have any specific notes on that one. The only thing I can tell you that
think
the
so.
ranking for the existing EB4 was high, and the cost ranking was medium. So it would have ranked higher if it had been implemented, but it would also have come at a medium, not a low cost, but at a medium cost as
Yeah,
well.
But we did not, by my notes, we did not
Remove?
suggest it be removed.
Okay.
No, we were,
Because it's increasing awareness, resources, and financing opportunities, we can say and/or financing opportunities, I mean.
Right.
But certainly looking for ways to provide, I mean, we've had programs like this in the past where there are incentives for people to replace their aging equipment with more efficient equipment.
And actually, and I think the reason being that if you built a new structure today, and you know, two of you on here today would probably be, or three of you probably be able to relate to that, is when you go and apply for a building permit, I would assume that they're pushing, kind of getting closer to the, you know, renewable energy, using more efficient lighting.
Well, it's a
et cetera.
given,
So, I mean,
so the
it's-
state's
it's-
mandated that.
Absolutely.
But this is for existing things, where when people are replacing things, providing them support.
Right.
And both just knowledge of the availability of those things.
Right.
And then if there are incentive programs that could be offered to them.
Yeah.
It's like a no-brainer.
Absolutely. It-
So
it's-
we
that
want
we
to
had-
add EB4 back in.
EB4 back, that's what I think.
And,
Because I don't think we ever planned to take it out.
Okay.
yeah, and since, I mean, that there is
So I just
language,
don't know
conduct retrofits
if
to
that is EB3
air conditioning
numbers
systems,
Or
but that's,
EB4 numbers.
Absolutely. Yeah, we don't know that.
Oh,
It looks like
yes.
EB3 numbers
it's not required.
Right.
was the one that we were going to pursue grants
Now we
and
get
so on
that.
and so forth.
Implement
So,
residential.
question mark.
Okay, so we're putting former EB4 back in because we never asked it for it to be
Right.
taken out. I mean.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So I think we're,
So just to clarify, on my own notes, we're keeping EB1 as is. We're getting rid of EB2, and prior EB2 is coming back instead, is EB2.
Correct.
EB3 is, prior EB3 is also coming back. Prior EB4 should come back, and then the improved government operations should be changed from EB3 to EB5 with the amendments that you just discussed.
right.
they
And
ought to
it
be
was
able to
the
sort out the
old
numbers.
EB7.
It was the
I
old
know.
EB7.
I think if we say, you know, restore former,
Yeah.
that should
Okay.
take, they can, and we don't take out something else, well, then they're just
Great.
going to have to sort out the numbers.
Great.
But thank you, Julie, for trying to be complete.
I want to write this out afterwards and get like, some
Yeah.
consensus from you two. So,
So, ZNE1,
Oh,
So,
never mind. Which was Z and E 2.
Yeah, ZNE1 was pure and simple, pursue reach codes.
and we don't want
We
that.
took that out.
No,
That's out.
right.
But the ZNE1 partner with large energy users, I'm curious what partner with means in this context.
Well, perhaps looking at programs that some of these companies have in place for, I know, for example, you can trade in your old refrigerator for a more energy efficient refrigerator.
No, this is large
This is
energy
large.
users.
Yeah, so it's like CCWD.
CCWD.
Exactly, but how do we
District.
partner with
them.
CCWD?
Well, we may just have to get, I can look into how we can talk about a common goal that we share and how they can help us get to that goal.
Could we say that we would support large energy users or something like that, so we would help them?
Work with.
If they need help in being eligible for funding sources that would help them do it, or something like that. But partnering seems like we're
gonna
helping
have to
pay
pay for
for
some-
it,
Yeah,
and
well,
I'm not.
support might be too,
This
but
is
then
gonna
work-
save them money,
How about work with?
yeah.
And do we lose points for that word?
Or-
I
or
I doubt it.
encourage.
Yeah, what was?
Encourage large energy users.
Yeah, I would
to
say
transition.
support and encourage
Well, support, I'm thinking like child support is money.
But support doesn't have to be money. Support can be anything, can be resources
Okay,
and information.
care. They can, whatever words they need to make it,
I'd say work
Well,
with.
apparently, we're writing it for them, so we
Yeah.
need to be very clear.
thank you. So, along those lines, we want to keep that in. And is 5% the right number?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Let's just bump everything up by 5%, and maybe we'll hit our goal.
Yeah.
Well, I do think a lot of these large energy users are doing this stuff anyway because they are switching over to solar, changing to more energy efficient pumping. I mean, it's in their own best interest.
So just to ask on that for a second, for clarity, that if we put 5% and it comes back that we've been able to identify that it was as great as 15%, then in 2030, we would get credit for that extra 10% and get us closer to our goal, which then would help us.
If there's monitoring and quantification at that point of some kind, I would think we could at least say, look, these are all the positive things that happened, actually.
I don't know that we get any benefit from it.
But, it might be able to show that while we were not effective in this area, we were more effective
Yeah,
here.
right.
So, okay, so, and then are there other things that have gone missing that we'd like to put back?
In where?
I'm just looking at the ZN
Oh,
section.
Yeah. No, I
So
think we've
improve
got
code compliance.
current 2 was 3, current 3 was 4.
Yeah, okay, so we're okay here.
Okay.
So improve Title 20 of Part 1 Energy.
So the new ZNE2 was the old ZNE3, and which says improve Title 24 compliance and provides incentives. And I think the commission at the time, when we discussed compliance and provide incentives, financial based or easing permitting requirements for going beyond Title 24, that was an area that we thought was going to require some additional investigation to see exactly what would some of those incentives will really look like. For example, easing permitting requirements. What specifically were we going to be doing when we said we're going to ease permitting requirements, and what are the specific components of it? And that wasn't really laid out abundantly clear when we had that discussion. So looking at ZNE, so that's perhaps one of the, that's what I remember, that's what I recall.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really, you can provide incentives by processing permits.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
more
streamlining
quickly,
the review.
streamlining it, or moving them to the head of the stack, or providing some reduction in fees. All of that would require the Board of Supervisors to do
Supervisors
something. But
approval.
the other part of this is just improve Title 24 compliance. That's simply more adequate inspections.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with leaving this in.
I'd question the 5%, is whether or not it could be greater than 5%.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to quantify it.
I don't know how
Be
they
my-
quantify it.
like-
Quantify 5%, really.
So if they
Yeah,
can
no,
quantify it-
any number, so
Yeah.
like.
So it's arbitrary, I guess you can increase it if it's arbitrary,
Yeah.
can't you? I don't know.
Question whether 5% is sufficient.
it-
Then they can apply their expertise and say, oh, 7.5%.
Your expertise, that would be something.
So,
It's missing something here. Oh, there we go, that's fine. I would take out the financial based.
Are you?
Just provide incentives, and we don't have to say what those incentives are.
You take out the whole parenthetical phrase?
Yeah.
So this doesn't make sense to me at all. So increase Title 24 Energy Code compliance. First off, it's not like we're increasing anything, it's a requirement. So there,
Oh, no, we're saying we're going to do inspections and make sure people are actually meeting the requirements.
but they're required to submit Title 24 calculations with their drawings when they submit.
Actual in the field compliance is abysmal here. That's the bottom line.
Paper compliance is pretty
Yeah,
good.
paper compliance is really good.
Is it abysmal because we don't have adequate staffing? And at which time it becomes a financial issue again? Is that the reason? There's not enough people to do it?
I think that Doug is actually undertaking a program of education for his inspectors right now, and he's working on all different portions of it. I think that's all that would be required, is that we show that our building department has made it a priority to train the inspectors to look for the most beneficial items, the things that make a difference, and do adequate inspections of those to make sure that these things are really being implemented. And I think that's an ongoing situation anyway.
So are we getting rid of everything in the parentheses?
Not the easing of permit requirements, right? Just the-
On which one?
I just don't know that we
ZNE.
need to
ZNE
describe
two?
what the incentives are today.
Sold.
It's up to everybody else.
It just, if you take out the financial, it would just be an example, e.g. using permitted.
Yeah.
That's
Let's
fine.
do that.
I'm fine with that. Okay,
But we're going to question the 5%.
yeah. I mean,
Do we want to bump it up?
Yeah.
we're just saying, could it reasonably be higher? We have no idea what they used as a basis
Right.
for anything, so.
Okay, but the 5% higher is not an increase of Title 24 code compliance being 5% more energy efficient. It's just making sure that the inspectors have 5% inspected to
No, I think that.
improve.
I think the 5% is a result of two things: doing the better inspections, so we don't, how do you know how much more efficient that house is if it got done properly versus, but there's some benefit there. And then by encouraging people to go above and beyond Title 24, will those two items together get us 5%?
It's just hard to figure out how you quantify.
I can tell you that if people's ductwork was adequately sealed and their air sealing in their homes met the requirements of the building code today, most houses would be way more than 5% more efficient.
So let's increase that number.
Well, it's just that, but how do you,
By looking at balanced test results of the HVAC after the commissioning and after the
oh,
testing.
no,
of
I mean,
the-
how do we, we're not going to be,
How do we add it?
how, 5 years from now, how do we know how much of an improvement we got? So I
But
don't know.
That's not really the metric, is it? Isn't it just that we are going to attempt to do that?
Exactly.
So I think it
So-
could be increased anyway. That's my thoughts.
I don't think we should be giving
Seems
incentives
smart.
for what they're supposed to be doing.
I think we let them come back to us with, is it reasonable to think, to anticipate that we could do better than that?
Okay.
Or did they think, wow, that's a pretty aggressive goal already? I'm not, again, I don't know that.
Yeah.
On an individual project, I could tell you. Okay, ZNE 3, incentivize new construction.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
this is the old ZNE 4,
Yeah.
and it concluded with encourage LEED certification in new buildings.
That should go away.
Right,
That is not necessary at all.
right,
And
okay.
it's just a
Because
money
LEED
suck.
certification is quite,
So encouraged to hear an architect say that.
so encourage new development project to meet 70% of the
Offer an
energy needs
incentive program.
from renewable resources. Encourage LEED certification in new buildings, so you want to take that out.
Well, I have a question here. When it says target 10% of new developments.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have many new developments in this county. Or are we saying, is target 10% of new construction?
I think you may be right. Now, we are going to be getting some new subdivision maps submitted in the Copperopolis area, so next year. So,
And we already need to be net zero ready under the building code. So I'm still unclear as to what they're
Well, and
looking
what the
for.
target, this isn't a reduction target. This isn't, reduce.
Yeah, although it
the-
has a value, it's not very much.
Well,
Probably don't want to spend a lot of time on
but
it.
it's in several steps here. And 10% meet zero energy goes, okay, so that would mean the reduction of such and such. Okay. This is an example with all this encourage this, encourage that, where once they said
Well,
you had to
it's-
be mandatory, this is.
My concern is offer an incentive program. What is the incentive going to be in this case where, so we're going to develop an incentive program. What is it going to be? I guess we could do the same thing as above, like it could just be expedited permitting.
it could be.
Okay, so are we okay with just leaving it alone and,
You're taking out the encourage lead certification.
yeah, yes. Okay. Oh, I have a lot of notes on this page. Okay, transportation.
Now, this is the one where I was bringing up that there are inconsistencies and redundancies in this. And that if we implement the recommendations of the Central Sierra Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan, it sets very specific goals, like for how many chargers should be in any remodeled commercial development. And then, but the second bullet point
Is
sets
different
another
than-
goal that's inconsistent. I think to start with, on the very first bullet point, it should be pursue grant funding to implement, because this is a big cost item.
And there's
it's a
lots of
very-
funding
this-
available for
this,
it.
yeah, if anybody, whoever's read the Central Sierra Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan, it's a very comprehensive plan. I'm in favor of it, but it would be very costly, so we don't want to commit.
So we could
Right.
pursue funding and implement as funding is available, the elements of that program.
The notes from the commissioners on TR1 was that, let me see, the commission believes that this measure and similar measures below are already covered in the CS2 EVRP, and that's what you were just referring to. So, CS2 EVRP, which I think is the Sierra Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness
yeah.
Plan.
Yes.
Yes. So what the commissioner was saying is that these measures are already included in the Central Sierra Zero Emissions Vehicle Readiness Plan, which then means what?
Well, I think it requires a lot of very careful review, which I hope that the consultants could do to make this entire TR1 consistent with the Central Sierra Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan. Take out the things that are inconsistent, take out the things that are duplicative.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we have the time to do all that.
Right.
If I remember that plan correctly, it doesn't have a definite list of things to do. It provides options.
Yeah.
And so the first bullet point is a bit internally inconsistent by itself, because you can't implement all the recommendations, because there are options included in those recommendations that you have to choose between.
I think we can assume recommendations include take one or two of the options.
Yeah. One of the things the commission has said for TR 1.2 was that the 50% number was too high, but it came back again as 50%.
So I had a suggestion about that.
Mhm.
I think, number one, we can say, implement this, pursue funding and implement the plan as appropriate or something. I think if we reworded our goal to be increase existing publicly available EV charging stations by some percent, instead of saying 50% of parking spaces in existing facilities will get an EV, I think that's a beyond, more than a stretch goal.
That's one of the things that's totally inconsistent with the Central Sierra. If we just say adopt the plan, that should just be eliminated.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I'm saying if we want to have a number in here, our goal should be to double or quadruple what we have now, as opposed to some number of all parking spaces. I think you can get your head around the idea of increasing what we have to some reasonable level. I can't get my head around the idea that who's going to pay to
Not even close.
do 50% of all available
And
parking
there's not that
spaces?
much electric vehicles in a rural community. You can't have them. They do not grow
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
So how do you
that-
require somebody to do 50% of their parking spaces with an expensive charger? I don't quite understand. Not even 10%.
Yeah.
That's right.
Although there's a lot of funding available right now for that.
Yeah.
So I do think we should pursue funding, but yeah, if they could just align all of that with the plan that's there and simplify, I guess there's other things here, like support car share companies coming into the county. Oh, that is great. We don't even have any car share companies, but that's all right. Well, we
And
want
there's not very
any
many
ones that
people in
come
this
to these
community.
zero emission
Where do you take them
vehicles.
to?
Well, a lot of people would love it if there were. it's not enough for them to make
Can't
enough
we
money.
just have them review what they have set forth here in light of the Central Sierra Zero
Exactly.
Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan and conform to it? And if they want to put in any additional things, that's fine. I mean, what is their expertise?
It's worth a lot. I think it just needs massaging.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we are going to be interested in this investigate the feasibility of developing and adopting electrical vehicles that requires existing buildings to install some
Yeah,
percentage
but
of.
it's in that plan. I mean, that.
It's an X percent.
Well, I know, but I mean, what I'm saying is that subject is a part of the plan.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to be here with those kind
Whether,
of numbers.
whether that one is consistent or inconsistent or whatever, I think it's just,
Yeah, they should read the plan, and then they should come back with a section that
that's consistent.
is consistent. Okay. Decarbonize the county municipal fleet. We did talk about all that, and they are already looking into all that.
Yes, we
So,
are, it was discussed, and yes, the recollection was, how do we amortize existing vehicles that were recently purchased and use fuel and so on and so forth. So, but yes, that was discussed.
yeah, so this seems like it's okay, it's just, is 25% of eligible staff telecommuting a reasonable expectation for the county?
Well, that's an interesting question, because at the last board meeting, the HR director actually presented the Board of Supervisors with an update on the number of, on the status of the telecommuting program. One thing she didn't do, which I later emailed her, was she did not tie into telecommuting the reduction in greenhouse gases, because there's a direct link between the number of staff not getting on the road and coming to work with reduction. So that ties directly into improve some of the measures that we find here. So I think in her next presentation to the Board of Supervisors, because they require, I think, biannual report or quarterly report from her, there might be a total number of employees who are actually taking advantage of that program. And that would help us to identify how close we are to meeting that 25% of employees taking
My
part.
notes indicate that a
Yeah.
permanent policy is now in effect.
Yes, we do
Yes.
have one.
And I said double 25%. I don't know
Right.
if that's, so,
I don't think we
How-
have
however,
50% of county employees working from home.
Employees, yes. And I don't think the Board of Supervisors,
but I'm not sure what that,
Yes.
you know, I'm questioning my own notes. I don't know
Right.
that she said, and that permanent policy says 50%, but we ought to check that.
no,
Exactly.
we are encouraging it, but at the same time, the Board of Supervisors is not very comfortable with that many employees telecommuting because they have issues with how do you verify that somebody is actually doing work when they said they're doing work, and so on and so forth. So
That's a classic question.
I think it's a situation where we have to balance the needs of meeting our environmental targets with the opportunities that are made available, and not every department actually is benefiting from that program just because of the nature of the work that they do.
Right,
If we
if you
could-
have a lot of people coming to your counter, everyone can't work from
Right,
home.
right. So,
And I don't know what the basis for my double is in my notes, but
Or-
if that's what she said, we, I mean,
Right.
if you can check with.
again, I would check and get some specific numbers. How many employees are actually in the program?
And what the actual goal is of the program.
Right.
If it's higher than 25%, we
Okay.
should put it in there.
Very good.
The next measure, I know we talked about that, and we heard from COG and all the different things they were looking at, and so they are already moving in this direction.
What are you talking about? Measure?
Decarbonize county commuter vehicles.
Yeah, but take a look at, compare the first bullet point there with the third bullet point above.
Yeah.
The last three bullet points are identical from 2A, the last three bullet points are identical with the three bullet points
But
that
they're
are in.
different vehicles.
Well, that's according to the title.
Yes.
It's different vehicles. But if you look at it, I mean, look at the last bullet point. Allow eligible county employees to telecommute. That's identical in both of them. We're talking about the same employees, the same vehicles, and we've got it twice.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but inaccuracies.
Right, actually, I
Deduct, though.
yeah, I mean, I don't see
I
how,
think that's a good point.
I don't see how employees telecommuting would add to decarbonizing a county municipal fleet. So I think that last bullet point in TR2A needs to be removed because it's already down here in TR2B. I don't think it belongs in 2A. Or you might, well,
Yeah,
or maybe
I don't know
they
if it
are,
belongs in one place
well, maybe
because
there are county employees who use county vehicles, but I just don't see how they're telecommuting. Well, in cases of maybe, there may be a relevance to it because there may be some departments that because of the nature of their work actually use county vehicles. And if they don't drive county vehicles to work every day and they don't come to the campus maybe once or twice a week or more, maybe that's not decarbonizing our fleet, though.
it doesn't
It's the
seem
point
like
it's
allowing employees to telecommute belongs in either
No,
one of
I
these.
don't.
It belongs in its own section because it's reducing
Right.
cars on the road, but
Right.
but the municipal fleet or the commuter fleet.
Yes, I agree. It doesn't seem to
So
belong.
maybe they just need to reorganize that.
Then look up at the next up bullet point,
Yeah.
and it's only talking about informing residents. What's that to do with municipal fleet?
Is that TR,
The
which
county
TR number is that,
vehicles?
Commissioner?
Now,
Yeah.
coordinate with local
It's in the
agencies.
wrong header.
Anyhow, I am going to suggest later, after you folks have had a chance to look through my memo, that there might be a consensus that the concerns expressed in my memo that I was summarizing earlier be considered seriously by the consultants, and this is a part of it. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems to me the last bullet point in TR-2A and TR-2B are not necessarily duplicative, because you could read TR-2A to apply to those county employees that are using county vehicles. And if they're telecommuting, they're not using a county vehicle.
Right.
Right.
You could read the last bullet point in 2B to apply to those county employees that use their own vehicles.
But then we should make it clear. Allow
But it
eligible
says
county
county
employees
commuter
using county
vehicles.
vehicles to
Says county
telecommute.
You would do
commuter.
that up in TR-2A.
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Laddish that the second to the last bullet points are completely duplicative, and it looks like it only belongs in the TR-2B, not in 2A, because it's dealing with residents.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with the fleet.
Well, it just seems like all of the comments that have to do with the public or employees of any place telecommuting has value in reducing it, but does it belong under the county's municipal fleet? Yeah, there's a certain number of employees who might use it, and then commuter vehicles like the buses and such, but you're telling people the benefit of owning their own zero, it makes no sense.
And it almost sounds like a TR2C that is relative to the commuter, and the other two are relative to the vehicles.
Yeah.
So one's a fleet vehicle and one's an individual vehicle.
Exactly.
Do we trust them to just review all this and get rid of,
Well,
Make it make
we
sense.
would,
make it make sense? I mean, that's what I'm
Right.
asking in my
we
memo.
we would communicate that to them.
We like it all, we just think it needs to be reorganized
Okay.
so that the headers make sense with the,
We're happy to have you on our bus, but can we get you a voucher for a discount on an electric vehicle of your own? I think there's so increase active transportation, that's all fine.
Before we get to that.
Yeah, then we're going to go back to the list.
TR3, I'm sorry, Jane.
Either way.
Okay. TR3 in the original draft was improve the availability of clean alternative transit options. I don't have on my notes that we rejected all that, but it's gone. We recommended.
And I think it's probably because the county is not in charge of transit, it's CCOG that's in charge of transit, so,
Okay.
yeah.
But it's still part of the county.
It's still part of the county,
so-
but, yeah,
It's county
I
emissions.
thought the only thing we wanted to take out of that section was we didn't want to be buying bikes for people.
that did come up.
Well, in 3.2, I think we eliminated. Establish an EV rideshare program similar to Green Ride Taros that allows for people with limited mobility options to rent a vehicle or request a ride in an electric vehicle.
Oh, I was looking just
So,
at 3.
let me
Yeah.
give you what the commission did. With the old TR 2.3, the commissioner said, the commissioner believes the old TR 2.3 is okay. Old TR 2.4, the commission wanted to delete that.
Right.
Old TR 2.6, the commission wanted to delete that.
Yeah.
So, and then TR 3, improve availability, the commission said, which I just stated, the CCOG is responsible for this. So that's what the commission said at the time.
So, but can we encourage
What's that?
them the same as we do the other disciplines in order to get points for something?
I beg your pardon? They may already have that in place, and I think it's a question that we would have to ask them, because if they're already doing that, it benefits us as a county in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just because COG is the lead agency for it doesn't mean that we would,
Take it out.
our supervisors are on the COG board.
COG, yes.
And Angels Camp is wrestling with this same list of mitigations. They're on
Absolutely.
the COG board, so.
Absolutely.
So you want original TR-3 to be put back in with a few, with the original edits to it? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I think perhaps we have to reflect, I mean, like old 3.1 started, conduct a study to identify gaps and
Well,
barriers.
it's there.
Huh?
There's TR4 says increase active transportation. That is the old TR3.
Wait a minute. No, that's, I mean, you're moving into bicycles and stuff.
Right.
TR3 is the transit. I think we need to change.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We need encourage the transit agency to conduct a study and things like that.
Yeah.
Make the TR3 provisions that we're keeping, so eliminating TR 3.2, clear that what we're doing is working with the transit agency. So we're not committing the county to do these things, but we're encouraging the transit agencies to go. And there's just one typo in 3.3 that just, at the end, it's talking about opportunities such as this program, that program, or whatever. And then it ends of Carl Moyer, and it should be or Carl Moyer program.
Okay.
Right.
And they don't state a goal under TR4, excuse me. Are we going to TR4 now? They haven't figured.
The new TR4 is, I saw this thing regarding vehicle miles traveled, and I don't see that in any of the older versions that we had discussed.
Where are you referring to?
I'm referring to the new measure TR4.
Yeah.
Says increase active transportation mode share, develop and implement programs for active transportation that reduce VMT.
And what I'm reading is the same elements in a different order, so I'm not sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're up on the title.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at the first paragraph.
Mm-hmm. And vehicle miles traveled is the new way of calculating what used to be trip generation rates is now vehicle miles traveled. So it's just another way of looking at, rather than looking at how many trips you take to the grocery store, it's going to look at how many miles do you actually travel to the grocery store, as opposed to, because in order to, for example, in order to generate the trip generation rate for a single-family residential structure, I think it's 10 average daily trips, which is, you wake up, you take your kid to school, you come back, then you go to the store, you come back, you go to work, you come back. So average 10 daily trips. Today, that same single-family residence will be looked at from the standpoint of how many vehicle miles were actually traveled from that residence, rather than how many trips did you make to different places.
So does the county have a Green Streets program? That was a question we had before, and
We have somebody who sits on the Parks and Recreation Committee on the Planning Commission. And if there was a Green Streets program, it would be part of a combination of Parks and Recreation and Public Works, so that every time we have new construction that is not in Caltrans right-of-way or whatever, we make an intelligent decision to actually plant certain specific types of trees along those corridors. But I would say to you right now that I don't think we have one.
yeah, I don't think there's a program.
No.
So maybe it shouldn't be in here.
Well, maybe
when it
it's-
says
maybe-
expand and enhance a program that we're not sure we have.
Well, maybe we should change it to establish one.
Yeah, or at least consider establishing.
That might be it. I mean, would that be something that the Parks and Recreation
As soon as I
Committee?
get a director of Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
So,
Not up for the job, are you?
So is there anything that we wanted to take out of this or add back in before I talk about something that I'm not seeing here at all that I think should be part of this transportation section and that we did talk about previously?
And that's, how do our land use policies and upcoming changes to our zoning ordinance and changes that have already been made to the general plan, how can they be quantified to show that they reduce the requirement for the use of a vehicle? So things like multi-use districts, we have mixed-use zoning, where we require that a new subdivision have within that subdivision some basic community amenities that we're working to provide better broadband service to allow people to work from home, that we maybe could be incentivizing things like co-housing and infill development over the expansion into the wildland-urban interface areas. It seems like those are all things we're talking about as things we want to have as part of our land use policies, and that they should have some value.
Absolutely. These are some of the things that we would actually have in our zoning code update. But to answer your question specifically about quantification of them, we couldn't tell you specifically that if we did, we know there'll be benefits, we know there'll be environmental benefits to doing them, we just couldn't tell you how closer it moves us, to the goal.
That would be their job.
Right.
To come up with, I'm not
Right.
going to start sounding just like Cory and Dawn here.
Right.
Well, that is an example of, general plan policies. If we're in transportation TR4, the first bullet point, and I will be suggesting later that it be replaced by COS-7E, implementation measure from the general plan that covers exactly the same area, but in much more detail, and is part of our county policy already.
Exactly.
But since it was just a personal memo, they
But
didn't
we
pay
had
attention
a
to it.
discussion of it and talked about how these planning policies would reduce our greenhouse gases, and we would like credit for it. So, but I didn't see a nice fit anywhere in there outlined here.
I'll be taking up a lot of time there with specific suggestions that we could add that might
Okay.
reduce things.
So I'm thinking perhaps that we get through the rest of this, which is not too much more, and we take a break and come back to go over the suggestions for additional items that work for everybody. Okay.
You mean, just go through the rest of this?
Yeah, let's get through their document so that, okay.
I would just say on TR-4, it appears from my notes that they have accurately included what we wanted included and removed what we wanted removed.
Yeah, they took out 4.5, they took out 4.7
TR4, we had a list.
and 4.9. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I have section TR, we had X'd out 2.4 and 2.6.
Well, where are you?
I had some
I don't
additional
understand your
notes. I thought that's what we was just asking at, 2 point.
We're in 4.
Yeah, 2.4, 2.6, yes.
No, I'm just confused as to what.
Okay, what section are you talking about?
Well, what they took out was old,
Yeah,
TR 4.5, 4.7, and 4.9. And according to my notes, that's what should have been taken out.
Right.
yeah, I agree.
I just didn't understand when you were saying 2 point something,
Oh, I-
where you are.
I thought he was saying and 2 point.
Oh.
So Commissioner Worcester, are you saying that they shouldn't have taken out the old TR 4.5? because...
No.
He's just saying, they
It
did
looks
what
like
we
they
asked
did
them to
what
do.
we
Yes, they did,
for.
yes, because I remember that
They
conversation.
positive.
They just
I
scored
thought that
around.
was noteworthy.
They just didn't add in the things that we
Right.
thought might be useful. Okay, ag. Is that where we're at?
Ag, yeah.
We're in a different order here.
Ag 1, let's go to Ag 1 here.
Solid waste for now.
So there was a letter.
In the old Ag 1, Ag 1.1, the commission specifically requested the removal of the word fertilizer from Ag 1.1. And so if
No, that is true, yeah.
yes.
Because this has to do
Sorry.
with more than fertilizer.
And for AG 1.2, the commission added, continue to investigate new techniques as relates to grazing practices that result in enhanced soil nutrition and increased carbon sequestration.
Well, they didn't make that change. The way the second bullet point reads, it says, prepare and adopt prescribed county grazing practices that will result in enhanced soil nutrition and increased carbon sequestration. Prescribed, I don't know if that means required or recommended.
Right.
And I think the change that the Director of Planning just read should have been made. Also, I would point out that since we're on a gross emission standard here, increased carbon sequestration is actually irrelevant, and it's impossible to tell how enhanced soil nutrition is relevant to that standard. Certainly might be relevant to the standard that looked to net carbon,
Right.
but not gross.
But if they put figures in here, adopting the Parker approach, if they've given some figures that they attribute, reduction figures they attribute to carbon sequestration, who am I to contest the expert in this particular?
If they're arbitrary, let's double them.
I think they're trying to reduce the use of fertilizer, but,
But we wanted them to strike fertilizer anyway, right?
yeah.
So we've reduced it. Does that increase it? Numbers, are you?
I don't know, I feel
I
like
can barely understand my own notes on this item.
that the words prepare and adopt prescribed is kind of like directing means and methods of how somebody's trying to run their
Exactly.
operation.
And I thought we had that out. I had investigate and support grazing management practices, but I don't know. Who knows what I was thinking?
I didn't get that.
That's so
in there.
long.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I think
know
what
that
you
our
just read would be
discussion
fine,
went.
or what Director of Planning read would be fine. I just question whether it ought to be in here at all.
Right.
I guess on the theory, even though it's technically irrelevant, if the consultants think it works, leave it in.
Yeah. We did have these suggestions from Muriel Zeller.
Yeah, and it's unclear to me pasture-based manure management. Did you receive I'm asking Commissioner Wooster, who is our expert in this?
Yeah.
When it comes to manure, he's our man.
She basically said a lot of the things Commissioner Wister said last time, that these things are not
Well,
necessarily feasible, but there might be other things that are, like promoting the use of conservation easements to permanently protect open space, or recognizing the importance of natural and working lands, which all the same things that we talked about last time, but that don't count, aren't quantifiable under the gross emissions.
Well, I'm suggesting that that be put back in, but.
But it's very specific in the language of it. They're only looking at gross emissions, no carbon sequestration in this round.
But like conservation easements and other land management agreements will prevent or protect that land from being developed and thereby add to the reduction in that.
Of potential future greenhouse gases from other kinds of development.
Yes, so I mean, I think that's whether sequestration is considered or not.
Right.
I think that's a valid thing. And my notes of, I think it's the June 6th meeting, was that conservation easements as a specific mention in there did not pass the consensus rule, but keeping the rest of it, of what I suggested, which was based on Muriel Zeller's suggestion, was to be inserted.
Well, are we on AG-2?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
deal with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about this because it appears to me that manure management strategies don't apply to range cattle,
Right.
number one. And where they do apply is with dairies and feedlots,
Yes.
of which we don't have any.
So we leave it in there
Yeah, let's leave
and
it.
don't worry about it. And if anybody wants to start a dairy here, they'll need to have a management plan.
And perhaps this
Not a
is-
bad thing anyway.
Perhaps this is a way that they are adjusting for the fact that the inventory has us having dairy farms and feedlots. So at least they're reducing the effect of those paper dairy farms and feedlots. I know, well, like, it mentions methane digesters, and that, in my quick Wikipedia type of research, only can become efficient when you have more than 320 head of steer. And I don't know how many people have that.
Well, I mean, that's all I can say on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the consensus is leaving it in, even though it appears to address non-existing activities in the county.
Do you see
But
where
it's
it would
reducing
negatively affect
629 units.
range?
Love that.
I love that, yeah.
I think we
Nothing
should
in here
double
would
the
apply to
percentage.
I think we should forbid feedlots and dairies. And
Can we get even
what-
more
How
points?
many points would we get for
Yeah,
that?
exactly, it should
I
get,
don't wanna live next to a
eliminate
dairy.
everything.
Well, exactly.
I live next to a weed grow. I don't need a dairy.
So, do you want to replace AG-2 with a ban on any further
On
dairies,
feedlots?
further feedlots and dairies, since we have them on paper? Oh no, we have to eliminate the current paper ones.
Yeah, limit it to the number that we currently have.
No. Take steps to eliminate all dairies and feedlots in the county.
That's got to be worth a lot.
Well, the methane emissions one is worth
not a lot, but a
But if-
chunk.
But in the inventory, it probably has a lot more attributed to it than 629. It just seems to me that having fictional feedlots.
Requires fictional limitations
Well,
on
yeah,
them.
no, well, yeah, if you're going to have them, you have to have the limitations. If you're not, if we eliminate, I think we just say eliminate from the inventory feedlots as a reduction measure. Eliminate from the inventory.
But that actually will hurt us.
That'll harm us, we don't want to.
That will harm us because then that will reduce our baseline.
I think
And
we
we
have to
won't have
leave it,
any opportunity to reduce it, which is what we've said all along, is
Okay.
it actually will work against us.
I think we have to leave it as it is.
Yeah.
We don't know how they came up with the 1990 numbers, which were like 105 metric tons, and knocked it down to less than that, or almost half that. This may be part of it, I don't know.
Okay.
Right.
And so
Should we
until
ask
we
them?
have more information on 1990, I don't think we can do anything about it.
Well, if we asked, I mean, to the extent their calculations were based on this accumulated data from all rural areas that aren't us, I mean, we possibly have understated our numbers here. If we actually say we want to be stricter in this measure and just prohibit
Exactly.
dairies and feedlots, that number could triple, or if not, or more. So maybe we should, if everybody's okay with that. Do you want to ask them if we take that, how many points we get if we prohibit feedlots and
I
dairies?
think you'd have to have a size, because are you going to prohibit a 6-cow dairy, little boutique dairy? No, probably not.
Yeah.
But a 100-cow one, yeah, maybe we would. So I don't know what I mean, you don't want to mess up somebody's little home business.
No, you're absolutely right.
That could be an added measure, and we don't know as we sit here how much.
You're right. I mean, the other challenge I see, Madam Chair, members of the commission, is now we have to go back to our zoning code and look at those areas where, feedlots and dairy farms are allowed, and we'll have to eliminate them, and then what that means for those who currently have them from a land use standpoint. So it's kind of a dominoes, it's going to have a dominoes effect when we do something like that. The benefits are good for our GHG purposes, but realizing that we are an agricultural community, a lot of
We don't
families.
have a single feedlot or dairy here.
Okay,
Right.
there you go.
That's why we're saying it.
Right.
Well, there might be some 6-cow, like you were saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I
10.
think we could
Right.
just pick a
And
threshold.
and if our zoning code doesn't allow them, then it's kind of a moot point. So it
I don't think it's
works.
that we don't allow them, we just don't have
We
any.
just don't have
It's just
them.
not
A great place for them.
it's not a
Right.
foothill area thing,
Right.
it's a valley thing. And
Right.
so, I think if we could look at prohibiting it, we would have to modify our zoning code, but we're updating it anyway. But I do think we have to say above whatever number of animals, somebody who knows more about it than I,
If we
thinks
take
is
the
reasonable.
approach that Commissioner Wooster's suggesting and leave this in, we can ask them to phrase it in a way that by 2030, they've taken out, increase the 629 to like 100% of what was in the inventory.
right, eliminate dairies and feedlots with over 8 head of stock or whatever.
What do you think of that?
Well, I don't think I would be in favor of prohibiting feedlots or dairies of any size in this county. Just to eliminate a non-existent set of greenhouse gas emissions somehow in the future. It may well come out that in the western part of the county, there are places where it would be feasible.
There probably are some
Maybe we should just
places.
leave
You
this
have
the way it
turkey,
is.
big
Yeah.
turkey barns along Highway 4.
My note says, look at some limitations on it, or just leave it alone, and if somebody wanted to come in, they'd have to comply with all of these requirements.
I hate more restrictions myself on anything.
I know,
Okay.
and we don't know what the future would bring in the way of greener, better managed. There's
Well,
nothing
if two
pretty about a
cattlemen on the-
feedlot, no matter what.
Two people who run cattle on this commission want to leave it the way it is.
That's fine. Let's move on.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Solid waste.
So we are happy with,
AG3?
are we happy with AG3 and now the
Oh,
enteric,
yeah,
reduce enteric? Now,
same thing.
the staff report that was considered by the commission on the 27th identified the results of the survey, and that might be the reason why some of these things actually got repopulated into the new report, because the survey results actually supported increased crop production, fertilizer efficiency, that was 4.16 out of 5. Implement livestock manure management strategies, 4.16 out of 5. Reduce methane emissions from livestock enteric fermentation, that had a 4.15 score out of 5. So that is, I'm just explaining to you why they came back, because they, even though we had only 72 respondents, the support for those were quite significant. If that means anything, based on 72 responses.
I thought that this one was really similar to the one above, in that it's not practical to do most of this
Yeah.
with our current rangeland situation.
Right.
So it depends. What does implement grassland management strategies to provide feed digestibility alternatives and improve feed quality mean to Commissioner Wooster?
Well, one thing one would do is get rid of the brush that nothing can eat. The other thing that people can do and do, if they get rid of the brush, is reseed, including things like clover that apparently are good for greenhouse gas emissions purposes. And that's pretty much it. The other thing you could do, of course, would be get rid of the non-native species like Medusa head and fiddleneck and barb goat grass and all of the thistles that are inhabiting our rangelands that will provide better feed for livestock. And you could do those sorts of things. I mean, feed digestibility, the cattle can't digest thistles.
But my concern is, are we telling ranchers they have to go out and reseed their pastures with this?
We're telling the county that it has to implement grassland management
Yeah, and how is the county going to do that?
I don't know, but it has I
know.
Yeah. The benefits.
I don't want to mess with this one. I don't want to mess with
I
this
mean,
one.
Well, I'm just saying there are practical things that can't be done.
Right.
I appreciate it, yeah.
And it's
we
not
could
that the county would be
encourage
forcing people to do them, but it
that.
would be getting out of the way of people doing them to the extent
Yeah.
that there's restrictions.
Okay.
There are actually, I know of at least one county that does actually contribute money towards getting rid of Medusa head. I'm not suggesting this county should do that. But there are things that can be done. On the second one, regarding balancing and fine-tuning livestock feed rations, probably doesn't have much application here because feed rations essentially goes back to dairies and feedlots. The feed rations for most of the cattle in this county are stuff that grows on the ground. The third one, I don't have any comment on, is conduct research on grant funding opportunities. And the last one is probably okay.
Yeah, I figure it's fine. I just don't want to see the county developing some program where they're out trying to tell some poor guy, this year you're going to eliminate the fiddlehead and completely reseed this with this new wonderful blend available from who knows where.
I suggest we just not mess with this one.
Yeah, so we just leave it alone.
I would leave it alone.
Okay. Organic.
Are we into solid waste now?
Yep.
Okay.
Go back.
SW1, implement waste diversion program. The notes I have is it's a no-go. And I think that's based from testimony of department heads dealing with our solid waste program.
Remove it. So when are we required to have the state standards apply to us?
So right now, we have an agricultural exemption from the full SB 1383 requirements. It's a 5-year exemption. So right now, the idea is that within 5 years, we would have to comply. What's not clear is whether the exemption might be renewed or whether we would be permanently exempted. That depends on the state, but right now it's a 5-year exemption. So theoretically, we could get some credit for committing to SB 1383 by 2030.
All right. And my note says SB 1383 already requires this, so SW-1 should be deleted.
Well, here we are again with taking something out that, I mean, they've got 1,527 metric tons of reduction attributed to this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, that's a healthy chunk. When I was reading the statute, if we don't get an exemption as of January 1st, 2017, do we have to divert 75%? That was notes that I had.
I don't remember the amount. I know we did get the exemption, but I think based on what we have in place right now, we could assume we would be required to comply with SB 1383 within 5 years of when we adopted our exemption.
Yeah, which I think is at the end of 2016, isn't it? That runs out.
2016.
That's,
2026?
oh, maybe it is.
Yeah, I was going to say 2016
I
doesn't
didn't
sound right.
understand.
2027.
It's a newish thing.
Yeah, 2026, I meant.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wonder if this 50% should be higher, assuming we don't get the exemption renewed, or do we just keep it the way it is and take what we can?
Well, I think it's going to get renewed myself because it's not feasible to
Yeah.
collect people's garbage in a rural, or their food waste in a rural community.
Okay,
So I
so
suggested home composting.
I was going to
so
say.
we won't be grabby, just keep it the way it is?
I would,
So we did have quite a discussion
Oh, yes, we
about
did.
how could we capture the idea that we're already a rural community that composts on-site, and that there are opportunities the county could kind of try to coordinate locations in, in various parts of the county where people who are already composting at their home farms.
there
Or
could
they're
potentially
just
be grants
composting in their-
also
yeah,
for home
and-
composting and vermiculture.
So could we investigate and develop programs to incentivize and expand existing home composting and shared community-wide composting?
And our points should go way up if they don't have to have a
Yes.
truck collect it.
Exactly.
They should be way higher
So
than that, I
we
would
could
think.
add a sentence to the end of SW1 up to that effect?
I don't know, I just
'Cause
want,
that's-
I want to get credit for what we
Here-
already
yeah,
do
right.
here, and that,
Because, I mean,
that
this
we'll
is just
likely
saying-
to keep doing.
This is not specifically stating the trucks are going to pick it up. It doesn't even refer to
I think that was the
SB
discussion.
1383.
That that's what they're planning on doing.
Well, that's.
Oh,
I think
yeah, that's
what
the discussion, that's what they imagine, is this, just like you have in any city, a green
Like a
waste
recycle,
program,
yeah.
that's not going to be cost-effective here, but that doesn't mean it's not happening here.
Well, How about
It's all-
adding a
it's
sentence such as
being
you-
diverted from the landfill.
You know, logically, if it's already happening here, it was happening in 2018, and it should have been reflected in the inventory.
But
As
I think
compared
it's
to
become a
1990.
much bigger deal. There, I mean, you read about it all over. There's all sorts of bins you can put on your deck now and compost in at home.
But I can tell you that I've been composting and have had vermiculture for far
For
longer
longer than that, yeah.
myself, and I know a lot of people in my sphere that do it as well.
But do you think they took that into consideration?
Of course not, that's what
No.
we're talking about.
Right.
They didn't, so we should have got credit more.
Well, it seems like we should capture some small amount of credit for our home efforts.
I believe so. More than 1527.
Yeah. You'd like to double?
I'm going for 3,
About 49,936.
3,000.
About 56,000-ish.
There you go, that one's good.
So do you want to come up with that sentence that you stated so well?
I don't know that it's worth a lot, but
Well, I think we should see if it could be increased, since we're not going to need vehicles to collect.
well, I think the problem is this is saying we're going to divert 50% of it, whether we're required to or not. Are
But
we?
we're diverting it to compost bins
Say-
and vermiculture.
Yeah, could we just add to this to say, it doesn't have to be from a collection program, that it could be by encouraging home composting and vermiculture?
How about if we increase that 50% and we take out in accordance with Senate Bill 1383? And so, because what you're
Yeah.
saying is not talking about that.
Right, and then
But
add a
what we're
little
really-
descriptive.
Yeah, and add the stuff about home composting.
Well, I think that works, and if you do that, it's broad enough, as otherwise stated, to actually include private composting, and then the issue becomes, how can we increase that 50% number to take account of that?
Yes.
And that would be a question for the consultants as to what we should put in to account for what's already going on privately.
And because we're not collecting it and transporting it somewhere else,
Way more beneficial.
and using electricity to compost or whatever they're doing at those large facilities, is our
value greater.
It should be.
Yeah. Well, we'll
is that
see,
something-
we'll see what additional points we get.
Yes.
So
Okay, I like that.
Suggest that perhaps the chair could fine tune this during lunch and come back with a
So
proposal.
don't eat.
I think we're on track here.
I'm sure I can come up with
Okay.
something, even if it's not at lunch, it could be, yeah, I'll give it a go.
Something we need to
Yeah.
have consensus with. Okay.
I think it can be really simple, just adding this little bit of wording to
Yeah,
it.
and taking out in accordance with Senate Bill.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost done anyway.
Yes,
We got
we are.
one more page after this one.
Not much points left on these sheets.
No.
Well, no, this
Okay.
SW2, the inventory has many different solid waste places that we're currently transporting stuff to, and they didn't reflect that. This forward landfill to Rock Creek landfill, I mean, we're only talking about 7.32. But what about the other remote landfills, and which are farther away than forward landfill?
Well, we took out forward landfill and wrote from other landfills where materials can be accepted by Rock Creek. At least I had that in my old notes.
Well, that was what I wanted. I don't know that we.
We must have discussed it, I didn't make it
Discussed
up.
We discussed it. No, you're right. No, I think we discussed it, but I think we should suggest that right now. And then,
So how's everybody else? I think there was some discussion that, that's why we said where it can be accepted by Rock Creek, because some of these other landfills accept things that,
Hazardous
no,
waste.
we don't have any place that could accept them.
and Rock Creek's capacity, I think, was mentioned too.
Yes.
It's running
Yeah.
out 2 years.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what maybe we're not dealing much. Maybe we're lucky to get 7.32 out of that.
Yeah, maybe we just don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we leaving it, or?
Leaving it.
Yeah, we leave it
I
as
think we
W2.
decided that
Okay.
we heard from the solid waste folks. And we're going to increase methane capture. I have notes on that too.
I think we heard from the solid waste people on this.
Yes, we
did.
did.
One thing that's clear is that 2035 is irrelevant here. At least that should be 2030. The last.
Yeah, and also I have on my notes that this is a general plan implementation measure, so it could be something that's we're already committed to do.
Well, we have to watch out if we're already committed, as we're talking about
Right.
reductions.
I have a note here that says manage landfill to minimize generation of methane. I don't know what I thought that management technique was.
I know we produce almost no methane in our landfill, not even, we actually have to, I just found this out.
Yeah.
We actually have to have a propane tank for our flare, because we don't produce enough to flare on its own. We have to actually inject propane into it to flare. That's how much we produce. I just
Yeah.
found that out last time I was there.
Well, that's good.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
They really layer it out in a way that it doesn't put out methane.
So they're already doing it. That's maybe what they told us, and that's what I wrote down, is they're already managing the landfill to minimize the generation of.
We actually add pollutants
Yeah.
to stop the pollutants. We put out more than we save. It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't worth a lot either, so so maybe we do want to say, though, manage landfill to minimize the generation of methane, or continue to manage the landfill to minimize, as just a second piece of this.
Second sentence.
Because why pay to capture it if you don't need it in the first place? Okay. One more page.
108 points.
Now, my recollection, let me go back to my notes on this wastewater thing. For WW1, the commission's recommendation on the old WW1 was to delete WW1 and delete WW2. So, and the old WW1 would require the county to upgrade treatment equipment to process. Example, the county will reduce energy demand per gallon treated at county-operated water and wastewater treatment facilities by 5% by the year 2035.
This doesn't match what I have
We
at all.
didn't have any of those facilities.
And that's why we limited it.
Right, and that's
They were
why,
deleted.
that's why we deleted it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That was-
And we also asked to be, for WW2 to be deleted, according to the notes. For the old WW3 regarding the use of gray water, the county needs to develop an ordinance for the use of gray water, were the notes that I have.
And that's what they have here.
The county's EMA indicates that gray water has been found to be harmful to plants and the water table. So those are the notes that I have for WW3.
And I'm going to be making some suggestions that we have implementation measures that can replace these.
Right, right,
Um,
right. And you
Well-
also wanted to delete WW4.
So on measure W1, the use of reclaimed water, the gray water one, there's no way that you're going to get 50% of new homes and
Right.
10% of existing homes to
Right.
put in a compliant gray
No.
water system, because the state's requirements
Yeah.
are not what we think of as a gray water system.
Right.
Not a little simple diversion thing.
But, I mean, is it worth removing it since we get 42 points out of it? I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
so
like,
it's kind of.
why have it in here?
As I say, later I'm going to be suggesting a implementation measure to replace that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I forget if it actually covers the same subject matter or if I just put it in there and have a blank. But I'll look at that.
I think that the REACH code is also problematic in that we already have requirements for low-flow fixtures in everything, including replacing them in existing homes.
Homes.
So,
Actually, I mean, if all the toilets sold are low-flow toilets, then it means every time you have a, broken one in your house and you go out to Home Depot
Yeah,
to buy
that's all
one.
you can buy.
That's all you can buy.
yeah.
Yeah, in
It
my
takes
notes,
forever,
I
so.
added that we eliminated WW3 and WW4, but
Yeah. I did have a note here, though. Would we want to consider the use of alternative waste systems like composting toilets, which are only allowed in an emergency here and now?
Would that be on a temporary basis, though? If it's, even if it's
No, people have
emergency?
them as permanent,
Really?
yeah.
Huh.
I thought we were big fans of composting.
Off-gridders,
so-
off-gridders,
Off-gridders, yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd have to look into what the state allows, and is that really, does it actually reduce? I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's giving off greenhouse gases, but
Yeah.
they're, but it's still.
In the ground.
As I said.
I also have a thing about that is what is the value of the fact that we have so many septic systems in the county?
Yes.
That's got to be much better than having public, sorry.
I beg your pardon?
The cost of managing and treating wastewater and transporting
Right.
wastewater.
Right.
We sequester all that, a lot of it, most of the county is on septic, so.
Yeah. And same thing with water, that we have a lot of wells, so you use power to pump from your well, but then again, you're not having it water transported and treated. So although most of our policies actually encourage connection to
Go
a
figure.
municipal system of some kind now. I mean, we
definitely.
require that for new developments.
Can't
so.
regulate you if you're not hooked to the system.
You know, I take back what I just said about my notes, but I'm suggesting replacements from the implementation measures that would replace these. As far as I can tell, we did not say take them out before.
Okay.
But I'm going to suggest replacement.
So why don't we come back and talk about these two items as part of that?
Yes.
And I think everybody's ready for a break.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure, okay, you're gonna run?
I'm feeling sick. I may not make it back. No, I'll be here.
Okay, everybody, let's is a half an hour enough?
Well, it really isn't. 40 minutes?
40 minutes?
Well, I mean,
We get at least 45 minutes because I've got to wrap this stuff up and get it to the studio and.
Okay, so at,
1:50.
that will be
1:15.
1:15, we'll be back here, everybody?
Okay, thank you.
So, the Planning Commission is back in session on item, whatever it is, greenhouse gas project. And we'll pick up where we left off, looking at additional measures and suggestions to go to the consultants. Is that correct?
Sounds good to me.
And Corey, do you have anything before we dive into the long list over here?
No, however,
Microphone.
No, however, I really appreciate you offering me that opportunity. I'm learning that once I do get the floor, I need to make sure I keep it and get everything out that I need and then be able to release it. So,
That's why we're coming back.
yes, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Same to you.
Yep, thank you. I feel like I've said enough so far. but
You might have another
I
thought.
believe I might.
Okay, and Commissioner Wooster says he's going to wait till the end, right?
I'm going to wait till the end.
Okay. All right.
Strategic decision. Okay, well, in order to not have this go into the evening, I have a couple of suggestions. One is now I think you all have a copy of my full memo, comments that I prepared for the special meeting of today. And what I'm going to suggest, instead of going through each one of those, each one of the numbered paragraphs in here, I would request that the commission ask the consultants to give serious considerations to the contents of this memo. And so that it's something more than just an individual request. That way, I think we save a bunch of time. And then I'm going to get to other things after that.
Actually, is it possible to identify specifically which ones are correctional or edit ones versus the consideration of a measure?
I'm not sure of that distinction, but my paragraph number 1 about methodology applies to them all. About how did you get these figures, both goals and the actual reduction figures? Where did they come from? And
I just mean like as a commission consensus, I don't know, but I believe that we would all be able to agree on an editing that you've selected out of here, if it was an edit, and then maybe we just go over the ones that need review by all of us.
Let's see, there really isn't
This one's with the more
an
conceptual
editing
things.
in here, except, I mean, I'm pointing out previous suggestions I made to transportation, the duplication we've already discussed between TR2A and TR2B. I think at this point, some of the discussion we had this morning already refines some of this stuff. And so I'm not asking you to say, we fully endorse what Laddish is saying. It's just that we want them to consider it, and if it's already been taken care of in specifics, that's fine. But that they need to give us more information, like the 1990 GHG emissions. I cover that in here too. That's why I'm suggesting this general.
Let's run through sort of the headers.
Okay.
So I think some of these things are no-brainers because we've already talked about them, like the failure to suggest additional measures and clarify what comes next, what the final product is going to be. We all agree that we would have liked to have seen that in this. So we're not necessarily saying that we agree to all of the exact verbiage in here, but conceptually, yeah, we were hoping to see additional measures and to understand what the final report will look like. That we'd like to see the duplication and sort of items that seem to be in the wrong spot slightly cleaned up. And I think Tim's point is that he's already pointed that out previously, but what we're not sure is that they understood that they were taking your suggestions and taking action on them. And we want to say now that, yes, they should go through and clean up their duplicate problems. And if they read through this, they'll see where some of them are.
And my number 8 on page 4, failure to add recommended AG4. This is my understanding of what the commission has already recommended, but that recommendation apparently either held no weight or wasn't noticed by the consultants. And I amended this because of concerns of the
Right.
of the commissioners before. So I think that's something that we already have indicated consensus on.
Of item 8, the apply for grants from the California Strategic Growth Council and others for a planning grant regarding agricultural land strategy plans and other mechanisms that promote GHG reductions and carbon sequestration through preservation of such assets as grasslands and oak woodlands. That is something we all discussed previously and wanted to see in there, so we're all good with that.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Commissioner Laddish with regards to his item number 2, failure to correct or compensate for blatant errors in GHG
I'm working
inventory.
backwards.
Okay.
That's why everyone's
Very good.
really confused. I started it at
Okay.
the back of his document.
Okay. Very good.
And I'm working
I'll let you-
backwards, so I'm going to get to
I'll let you
2.
get there. Thank you.
And then he'll clarify it for you. I just thought I'd mix things up a bit.
Hey, why not?
So the next item is 7, failure to correct pointed out inconsistencies, and then he has examples there, and they are the examples we discussed today. So we'd like them to correct inconsistencies, not necessarily with the exact wording that is proposed by Commissioner Laddish, but certainly they can take a look at it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm suggesting that the consensus be that they give serious consideration.
Yeah,
So we don't have to go through every word.
right. That's why I'm just sticking to the headers. So item 6, I'm not sure I can support. I'm not in favor of stating all reduction measures in mandatory form, but let's see what the commissioners are thinking.
I agree with your reservations. I don't think it should be.
The reason I put it in there is because the consultants themselves instructed us in their draft GHG reduction plan, all measures can be implemented as mandates, incentives, or voluntary. Incentives or voluntary programs, however, cannot be considered as guaranteed GHG reductions. I discussed this in the memos that you have already from me, the comments you have already from me that came with the staff report. The first set of comments from me went through, I think, about a page and a half of, yes, they need to be mandatory, but you can have the way they set this up to begin with in your full color thing, that the mandates, as they did under transportation, at least TR1 and TR2, they have a mandate under category, and then the strategies aren't necessarily all stated as mandates. But currently, all we have is the statement of from the other consultant of the reduction measures, and so we don't even have this first
Right.
paragraph, first column that's supposedly going to be the mandatory. So that, perhaps we want to just say, need clarification or something.
Well, they're all targets at this point, so I think we could have a mandatory action that we would have to take, but there can't be mandatory measures because we can't control it in the end.
Well, the way they're doing it now, they are giving us figures
Yeah,
that count towards reduction, whether they're mandatory, voluntary, or otherwise.
Yes.
Because
Right.
if they're voluntary, they are evidence that this is going to happen,
right.
even though they're, okay. So I think number 6 has actually kind of been rendered outdated
Yeah,
by the way this has progressed.
right. I agree. And
Okay.
Sounds like,
I mean,
nod your
as
head,
long as it
agree.
works. I
Or
mean,
shake
I'm-
your head, or,
Well, the only reason, because this was before my time, so this part of it I've been kind of listening to, because we're building something that has no requirement, and so therefore, how do we move forward with it? And so I can understand by the verbiage that says that it cannot be considered as guaranteed, would qualify for inclusion in the reduction of GHG emissions leading to the general plan goal. Like, if it doesn't say mandatory, then there might be something about that can't be included in our final estimation of the number of ones that are going to equal to 40%.
And what I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, that's the part that
yeah.
I'm not sure.
What I'm
We've
concerned about here
conflicting
is that
direction on it.
they stated a standard,
And
and to
then
me, they didn't
then they
meet it.
restated it differently.
and I just want to make sure, which I think this is worthy of serious consideration, that what they're giving us is going to hold up. If somebody challenges this plan and says, well, these aren't mandatory. I mean,
well, we certainly can't have every reduction measure be in mandatory form, which was a previous discussion that we had. But perhaps they could identify items which need to have a mandatory action taken by the county.
Okay.
That would,
To me,
yeah.
the verbiage is,
Sorry.
the verbiage, the way that it has been proposed, it allows it to be general enough that whatever you can apply mandates, incentivizes, or voluntary for any one of these. So instead of mandating any of them,
Right.
you would have those three options for any of them.
And if,
So that's why we're saying that we're not supporting asking them to create a mandatory reduction.
By itself.
Yeah.
Right.
To not state it in mandatory form.
Madam Chair, if I may provide some clarification on the use of the term voluntary. If we go back to the footnotes of page 5 of the Harrison Associates report, it seems to indicate that a voluntary program or a voluntary measure will not meet CEQA quantification requirements. So we may have voluntary programs, but for quantification purposes for CEQA, that particular program or measure would not meet it. What I would like to know is what exactly is the CEQA quantification requirement? Because, for example, on page 5 of the Harrison Associates report, footnote number 3 refers to a specific item, and I think it has to do with incentivize new construction. So I guess maybe because of the use of the word incentivize, that particular program or measure would not meet CEQA quantification requirements. Now, if the measure had some specific language in it, which means for every new construction, for every 100 new construction units in the county, 50% of them will be designed and built under whatever standard it was. Maybe that would be something that could be quantifiable. But if we can't really quantify it, it seems like it kind of throws it into the category of a voluntary program, and for CEQA purposes, it doesn't really count. So it may count towards GHG reduction, or if it doesn't count towards CEQA, I want to know what the ramifications would be, and I'm not so clear what that effect would be.
So what I'm saying at the footnote at the bottom of the page here, the last thing is some explanation is needed, and that's really what we're after. But I think that I would certainly endorse your posing a separate question to them about the CEQA incentive. But they just, maybe I shouldn't say failure, but unclarity about what's mandatory, what isn't, what qualifies, what doesn't. But explanation of whatever is required to be in mandatory form and the effects of it not being in mandatory form.
Right, because they clearly did quantify it.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at
Well,
items here
that's-
that they have assigned to numbers too.
That's my
and
footnote
but they're
number
telling us
2.
they won't be good for CEQA.
Right.
Okay, what does
that mean?
Yes,
Well,
you did
they
use the
have
word
identified
failure
it.
a lot.
Yeah.
They have identified which ones won't meet CEQA quantification requirements. They've done that in the footnotes. That's been done. And they still count towards the 40%.
Yeah.
Right.
They just may not count towards meeting the general CEQA qualification requirement. And we know
Right.
the outcome here on that.
Right, so for any specific project, it might not the fact that there's an incentive available if you didn't take it and do something, yeah, it's not gonna, so it would be nice to have a little clarity on what they mean there.
Right.
Failure to, number 5, failure to indicate clearly the derivation and consistency of statistics for the reported 1990 GHG emissions. So,
talked
yeah,
about
we've
that.
discussed that, we all,
And then derivation and consistency, I mean, where did these come from? And was a method used to identify these figures consistent with the way the method was used to identify the inventory? Are we apples and oranges here, basically?
right.
I understand from what the planning director said this morning that apparently, once you have the inventory, the world is set, because you're going to go back to 1990 from those figures somehow, and go ahead to 2030 somehow. So anyhow, I would stick with that.
There's no disagreement, I believe, on including the general plan measures that have already been adopted by the Board of Supervisors
And we're going to go into that.
in the plan anywhere we can. We're going to provide more detail on that. Reduction figure estimates in the first draft.
This is just a frustration, statement of frustration, nothing. that can
Yeah,
change
this
now.
is just the frustration that we didn't have a good sense, although I was not surprised by the outcome at all. And I guess we need an explanation of why the GHG inventory was not modified, that they continued on with it even after we had identified kind of blatant disconnects between it and reality.
Well, they did give us an explanation in the November version as opposed to the September version, particularly on the livestock, dairy farms and feedlots. And the explanation was, well, what they have included may not actually represent conditions in Calaveras County. The data was more fine-tuned that they used, and so they stuck with it. And I think we made the comment, it may be fine-tuned, but it's just wrong.
Yeah, which is where
Exactly.
And there hasn't been any response to that.
Right, so we understood how they came up with, we heard their explanation of
Yes.
how those things came to be, but we haven't, what we're still confused by is why we aren't trying to make it more accurate,
And then
if we have the opportunity.
And this memo that we're looking at right now, I'm going to criticize Laddish here for a second. I said it makes no apparent adjustments for these errors. Well, it became somewhat clear this morning that.
Maybe it did.
That maybe it did, but
Right, we don't know.
let them explain that.
Right. So I feel maybe using this exact terminology, we can still give him these comments, but the comments that are the consensus of the commission might not always start with failure to do this. They might say, we continue to have questions on this item.
That's fine.
Even though they were failures?
Even though they're, in some cases, failures. I'm going to leave that to whoever's taking the lead in presenting this. Reduction figure estimates, yeah, we all agree that would have been nice to have. Failure to correct or compensate, but we just said that. And the methodology, none of us truly understand.
Well, I have to comment on number 1. I'm not sure that it's in the county's interest to get too specific about some of these figures. Maybe they can do it, maybe they can't, but the more specific you get, the more questions get raised. And they've done it by section, and they've done it by measure, and maybe that ought to be enough.
Although they've assigned figures, but we don't know how they came up with this.
Yeah, I think it's that question that we were saying is like, how did you decide 5% was achievable or realistic?
Well, yeah, to the extent that we have specific questions, I think we already know that. But just generally, I'm not sure that it's the best thing to ask them to break this down with their methodology line by line by line.
Oh,
I'm really not saying that, it's just that what I'd like to hear from them is, when we were setting goals, we did something other than wet my finger and stick it up in the wind. We saw what other counties were able to do, we did something to base.
I agree. I don't think we should make it more specific, though, because I think that when they aggregated a bunch of specific things together and assigned a value to it, that was to our benefit. Instead of trying to nitpick each individual item, it's like all of these things together synergistically could give you this.
I think maybe we ought to be satisfied with what they did in that respect.
But that doesn't take away do we have any indication that this is an achievable goal?
Well, and won't the methodology be a question if this plan is questioned? If it's challenged? And wouldn't it be a good idea to have some structure stated for it at this point, rather than having to have county council make up their own?
Well, but did the county kind of direct the methodology with the scope of work in the contract of what they asked them to do?
I've never seen the contract. The general plan provision doesn't, it just sets the goals. And we'll come up with a plan.
Well,
I just have one question to you for the direction regarding the inventory. So I can foresee some sort of confusion or alarm coming out of failure to correct or compensate for blatant errors in the GHG inventory. And I just want to clarify, I mean, the board's already adopted the inventory, and I think what you're saying is maybe when they make the calculations to maybe make adjustments for them. I just want to kind of clarify your
We're actually
direction there.
asking, did they make adjustments?
Did they make adjustments?
Because of that. How does the fact that we know that inventory is not accurate play into the whole big picture? I think that's why I'm saying maybe the whole commission's comment is not failure to blah, blah, blah. But the underlying point, we still have questions about.
Okay.
well.
Gabriel, you had a question on item 2 also, right?
I did, Madam Chair, and the question was at the very last sentence, which says, apparently, Calaveras County still is being treated as a county with emissions from non-existent dairy farms and feedlots, paper emissions that no current reduction measure will reduce. How many other errors were there in the inventory that were not detected? So, but I thought when we went through that particular section, I think it was under ag, we decided to leave the dairy farms and feedlots in there because it gave us a reduction there was a benefit.
We left the measures in because we are speculating that is part of their adjustment strategy because we don't have any.
Okay.
But that's not the same question as why are they still in the inventory? They're still in the inventory because it's already been adopted.
Yeah, but the question to Commissioner Laddish, though, was your intention to have them remove it?
They had to be, if it's in there, it needed to be taken care of. Now, we've fine-tuned that a bit.
Right, we did find, so I was going to just mention that we have.
As I say, we now see some of their reduction measures as being compensatory for dairy farms and
Absolutely.
feedlots.
Yeah.
That I didn't recognize them
At
as
the
that
time.
when I did this.
Right, okay.
But we don't know that that's actually what they are. We just
Well,
think that might be
yeah.
what they are.
Well, because they assign a number to it, and we wanted the number, and so if this is going to make them remove that, we would have a loss of, what, 46?
We're not suggesting
Right,
that.
okay.
We're suggesting.
Very good.
How do the things play together? We just don't
I think-
understand.
Right.
I think this morning's discussion has finessed some of the statements in here, and I think they've been further finessed by the chair in her restatements. And if they've been captured by people taking notes, then we don't need to endorse the Leddish memo.
You're amazing.
How's that?
No,
Over to you.
I think I was going to, I mean, like I said, I think again, I know I can't speak with the entire commission, but I think with Gabriel and a couple of you, I might just, do a bullet point sort of outline, including a bullet point outline of what we just talked about in the memo that suggests what, that is the direction.
Our concerns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
and
think
just
that might be
run
the
it past a couple of you.
better way to do it.
So,
Because no need to get their hackles up right away over something we don't really intend in that way.
and I always think communications-wise, we want to probably be clear to both the board and to the consultants that we're not suggesting that we go back right now and
Yeah.
redo the inventory
Yeah.
with a different calculation for our 2018
Exactly.
emissions.
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay, next,
well,
of my many pieces of paper, what am I pulling out?
well, hey, let's go to the implementation measures. Now, so you're going to need to have the original draft GHG, and within with the staff report this time, you got this other color thing that is all the general
Yes.
plan implementation
Not
measures.
bad.
So previously, I had 4 memos. The second and third memos had to do with implementation measures being inserted in. And so I'm going to read what I suggested and tell you where you can find the implementation measure. And then you can see if you agree.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Laddish. Madam Chair, we had wildfire mitigation in the original GHG measures. There is no wildfire, there's wastewater. No, unless I'm missing this, we haven't really had any discussions so far on wildfire.
Because it's not quantifiable. They've already told us that nothing that we do, which is why I never really pushed to come back and spend a lot of time on that. I think it's something important to us and important to our community, and we're going to want to meld it in, but it's not going to change the numbers, and that's our number one priority right now, I believe.
Right,
Is to get to
right.
this 40%.
Yeah,
Right.
they, early on, after they gave us
Yeah.
a full, 75-page thing on wildfire, they told us that it's irrelevant for this.
Right, because in their presentation to the Planning Commission on April 28, item number 9 on here is actually wildfire, and they talked about some of the, and it actually shows up on the inventory of measures that we were giving. So I just wondered why it was important to discuss it then, but now when it comes to quantifying, it's not important, and it doesn't get us where we needed to go.
Because I
Because
think,
they can't count it for
As the
this
chair said, it's
particular
unquantifiable.
calculation.
Okay.
okay, so here we go, take a deep breath. So check out, in the general plan thing, COS 5E, which I suggest that you will find on page 16 of
Okay.
these things.
Keep-
COS 5E, do I need to read it aloud if everybody's looking at it?
I'm looking at it.
What page?
Page 16.
1-6. Is this an addition or a substitution?
This one is an addition.
Well,
This was to be, and to finish the thought, this, my suggestion is add COS 5E as RE5. Again, this was talking about this set of their draft GHG. So it was a new provision. And just to make clear, what I'm reading to you are implementation measures already adopted by the Board of Supervisors. So I really don't think that it's not our point now, our part now to say, oh, well, gee, we don't want to modify the zoning ordinance, that's a big thing. They've already said, this is what we need to do. And so I'm just thinking, this is something that fits within GHG reduction, but the consultants have not included it.
Well, I agree with this. I think that's a good idea.
I agree too.
Okay,
I mean, we've even said this to people coming in with projects, why did you not put solar panels on that shading
Yeah.
structure? Like-
so I guess we'll do what we did before. Unless there's an objection, there's consensus. And if there's an objection, then we can figure out whether the 3-2 count or whatever. But do you have, the note takers should have my second memo or second set of comments.
I have the second set of comments that you're reading from. I think the hard part is that it sounds like you're saying that the greenhouse gas reduction measures are not the right numbers, they're not matched up to the numbers in your
Well,
comments.
it's that you have to look to, no, it's, we're adding that one, so it's
Right, that one.
RE5.
Okay.
When you, but my reference in these is to the original, the draft
Yeah.
GHG, not the
I'm
current.
going to write
suggestion.
them on my general plan measures or policies
So
and
what I would
implementation
suggest,
measures.
if you have my second memo, just put by that plus, or.
Okay,
or-
and I'm not gonna worry then about the RE number, I'll just assume that it'll get corrected.
Yeah,
Just-
add it as an,
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah,
okay.
Okay.
yes.
Next, on page 32. PF3A would go into, I have it as RE6, so as an additional RE.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Okay, so the next one is also on page 32, PF-3F is added as RE7.
And these are all additions again? And we're not doing any
So far,
substitutions?
yeah.
Okay.
So far, they're additions. Okay? Then, on page 10, you have RP5A. And that would be RE, an addition, what I say is added as RE8.
Why not? It's in the general plan.
This is the geothermal.
Yeah.
Well, the consultants may have issues with quantification, but I think we leave that up to them.
Yes.
We still need it documented so that all of our internal documents, I think, once we adopt a plan, match each other. And so it shows that we're using our general plan.
Yeah. So, page 7, you have RP2A. And that would be added as RE9. So if that's okay, then we're moving on to
I
existing.
just haven't found it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bottom of page 7.
So, yeah.
That's fine. Some of these seem to be a bit duplicative, but they can sort that
But
out.
there it is. Okay, so now we're moving to existing buildings. And by the way, I'm going to get to my third memo, and which is going to have some additional suggestions in the same categories. But for these purposes, existing buildings, we're going to add,
What page?
page 26.
Very nice that you have
It took me a while last night to get these
all the
pages.
page numbers
So,
for us.
Add
Thank you.
S-3P. Dealing with existing housing stock, adding that to existing buildings. Seems to fit nicely.
Which, S gas what?
3P.
3P, okay.
S3P, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
And add it to,
to the existing buildings. I had it as EB8, so it's an addition.
How does this deal with
Yeah,
greenhouse
how does
gas emissions?
right.
Well, I haven't looked at these for a long time.
It's about fire
This
safety.
has to do with fire
Yeah.
safety.
Well, anything to do, well, maybe they can't quantify it. So, I mean, anything to do with reducing fires is reducing greenhouse gases.
In other words, if the housing is more fire safe and doesn't burn up, then you've reduced greenhouse gases from the burning up of smoke.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's,
So maybe that falls into the wildfire category?
I would say,
Okay.
or it's in that whole sequestration, wildfire.
Well, I want to keep sequestration in since they have it in. But, okay, if that's, you don't think that should be a part
I think it kind of detracts from the credibility
of the rest of it?
of the rest of it.
Well, we've got enough. I mean, okay, that's great.
What do you guys think?
Okay, under new construction, and this is going to be on page 12. COS 4-4D is the Oak development on Oak Woodlands,
It's the same issue.
and I was adding it as ZNE 5.
I don't see how it's a zero net emissions issue. It's again, a sequestration
It's-
issue.
It's limiting development.
Well,
I know you're not a fan of this.
no, I'm not necessarily not a fan of it,
Okay.
but this seems to be really pretty tangential. I mean, the development in this county is really governed by the land use plan, land use map and the general plan, and the zoning ordinances. And I don't see how this really helps with the
Well,
greenhouse gas
if you
emission.
develop, if the more oak woodlands you have, I know it's sequestration's a part of it, but the less driveways and, and the less development you're going to have.
It seems like there's other land use policies that are much more direct hits on this,
Yeah.
Okay?
like mixed use.
I would have to agree, it's not
Okay.
directly related to the subject matter. I mean, you can extrapolate from the Oak Woodlands ordinance, some of the energy benefits, but it is not a direct hit.
Okay. I've crossed that off. We're moving on to transportation, and on page 32. Page 32, PF-3B, alternative fuel vehicles, infrastructure, and incentives.
You want that to be
Where are
TR under or
It's
T?
on page 32, PF-3B.
Oh, B, okay,
B, yes.
B is in boy, excuse me.
yes, that's a good one.
And I was adding that within the draft as TR1-11, so within TR-1. Then what I was, again, I'm working from this draft. I was replacing TR-3.2, which I think we did eliminate. Anyhow, let me give you the figure that I'm looking at on page 5. Look at C-3A.
Of, page 5 of,
Of when I'm giving pages, I'm talking about.
Okay. so we're going, so we looked at alternative energy and, alternative fuel vehicles infrastructure, and you wanted to add that to TR1.
Mhm.
So now 5 is going to be another piece of
Within-
TR1?
This is part of, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay.
Part of TR3
Okay,
C3A,
is C3A.
I
Yeah.
need to find C3A.
Okay, it's on page 5. Yeah, and this was replacing something, but I think it's much better for these purposes to say.
just incorporate it.
Incorporate it in TR3, C3A.
Like all those transit-related things.
Yeah. Okay,
Looks okay.
all right. Next, we're back on page 16, which is a popular page. So insert into TR4, COS 7E. Oops. That doesn't seem to be on that page, does it?
No.
Okay, just a second here.
Oh, it's on page 19?
19.
Yes.
My 6s and 9s get a little dyslexic.
Local and regional trail systems.
And that would be a new TR.
What I'm saying now is just insert into TR4. What I have on this memo is replace such and such with such and such, but that's just going to get confusing.
Yeah, let them worry about numbering.
Right, right.
Okay with me.
Okay. Next is, let me check my page 16 again. I think it is. I think it's on page 16. I'm losing track of my own. Okay. Oh, no, it's page 6. C5A. Oh, yeah, at the very top.
What?
Bicycle and pedestrian
I've lost
plan.
something.
Bicycle and pedestrian plan.
I'm looking on page 6.
Page 6 is the very top.
right here.
Very top.
C.
C5.
Yes,
C5A.
got it.
Okay. So that would be inserted into TR4.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Then, back to page 19.
Who organized this?
So COS 7I, down toward the bottom, Parks and Recreation Funding. I'm suggesting that be inserted into TR4.
This one looks a little tangential to me, too.
Well, that's, I intentionally put in everything that I thought might be appropriate.
You were inclusive.
I was inclusive, if you want to, what's the consensus of the,
I don't think it adds,
okay?
what do you?
Well, of course, I love it.
I love the measure. I don't
Yeah.
think it belongs in this section of this, but I do think it belongs in longer term, the other sections where we
But by-
preserve open space.
By taking these out, we're not saying they're not mandatory
still
because
in
they're a
the
part of the
general
implementation.
plan.
Okay, so we do that one out.
Actually-
Here comes bicycle and pedestrian facilities, that's got to be good. See, page 19, COS 7B.
Yes.
And that would be inserted into TR4.
Commissioner Laddish, on that same page, COS 7E, which talks about support and participate in efforts to prepare a consolidated comprehensive master plan for biking, walking, riding, hiking, motorized and motorized transportation. That,
We
already
did that one.
We
we
already
already,
covered it.
where?
But
TR4.
thank you. Thank you for checking out.
Yeah, I'm distracted by ones I see that I think, oh,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
I know.
What are we doing with that?
We may come back to them. Okay, so we got COS 7B, right? Yes, we did. Okay, solid waste. Now here's, this is, I'm going to read you what I said in here. Is amend fourth sentence of SW1, so you might want to look at SW1 here. This one's not as easy to swallow. And to include requirements of COS 5D, which is on page 16, but this is not including the entire, well, no, I guess this is. And COS 2E on page 11. So what,
I think that's a okay one.
huh?
That seems like
Yeah.
a decent fit.
Yeah, so what, but I was, it would be duplicative of what's in their draft as SW1. So what I was suggesting was it be amended to, so that we put those figures in there. If you want to just keep it, that include those requirements in SW1, I think that
Yeah, I think so.
would, then we don't get it.
Because I have that new wording for us to look at, sort of, a little rough,
good.
but
Yeah. Anyhow, I suggested that SW1 just be amended in order to include those requirements. And I suggested that how it could be amended, but I don't, that might be a little much right now. Okay. Let's see, did we eliminate wastewater 1? Wastewater.
we said we were going to come back to them as we discuss these.
Okay, yeah. Okay, what I have for there is, this is what I put in the memo, and then we'll see how we do this. After rephrasing wastewater 1 to recognize that the county itself does not operate water and wastewater treatment facilities, replace the wastewater 1 strategy paragraph and example with, here we go, page 31, PF2G. Page 31. Adding a phrase at the end, including strategies for increasing energy efficiency. So maybe what we want to do is just say replace I see. Replace WW1 strategy paragraph with PF2G and then add including strategies for increasing energy efficiency.
So you're modifying, you're using the language from 2G and adding energy efficiency to it,
Yeah.
since that's not in it now?
That's correct.
Okay.
That was to carry over the intent of WW1 and use as much county language as possible.
Seems like PF2H is a,
It's coming up.
okay.
Yeah.
I find 2G is a little bit of a rough
Okay.
fit for me. I don't know how everybody else feels. It seems
Well-
more like the master planning for the water and wastewater agencies for their plants and infrastructure, which
Well, I can't
could
be-
have an effect, but it doesn't seem like it's the main.
Well, I can't remember what we did this morning. Did we just say
We-
I was going to deal with it later?
We said we're going to talk about it when we came back to
Okay, well,
this.
let's just talk about it now then. If you don't want to use PF2G, what do we want to have for wastewater 1?
Well, I did think the recycled water, these other facilitate water conservation, recycled water for agricultural use, seem like ones that might fit.
Yeah, but I'm going to be suggesting those for wastewater 2 and wastewater 3.
Well, I think
Maybe we don't need wastewater 1.
Maybe we don't need wastewater one. I think gray water systems would be great. I think the county should be monitoring what the state comes up with for new guidelines for gray water. I just think what we've got right there now, that we're gonna mandate it in 50% of new homes and 10% of existing homes is,
Well, while we're on,
seems like a,
yeah, while we're on page 31 then, shall we, do we,
yes.
what I said for wastewater 2 was replace wastewater 2 example considered by PC as not appropriate for Calaveras County with the first sentence of PF 2H. and add PF to I as the second sentence.
Yeah, I think PF to.
I think 2H and 2I would be fine.
Yeah, I
Just
think
put 'em
so
all together.
too.
I think 2G is really too tangential.
Okay? So,
So 2H
so
and 2,
eliminate wastewater 1
just replace it with,
and, well, replace WW2.
we Xed 2 also.
Did we X2?
We did. So, and we talked about, would it make sense to look at allowing alternative things like composting toilets as a new measure, of replacing, well, we didn't like anything that they had there.
Correct.
So do we want to just have,
So then we would add these also?
add those, add PF2H and PF2I to wastewater?
I think so.
Yeah.
I was trying to fine tune it earlier, but I think that would do it.
I'd like to have something about gray water in here that says that we will monitor and evaluate gray water systems
That sounds great.
at some point, because at some point they might become something we want to require or incentivize. It's just right now it's not realistic. So I don't know how to word something like that. But I hate to just throw out the whole concept of gray water.
You're throwing out the baby with the gray water?
Yeah, exactly. And we don't want to flush them.
She's worried about throwing the baby out, with the gray water out with the baby.
So, kind of going back to my notes, what I think the EMA department told the Planning Commission at the time was that the county needs to develop an ordinance for the use of gray water.
So we already have, as part of our on-site wastewater information ordinance, it does say you can do gray water in conformance with the state's gray
Requirement.
water
Right.
plan. So,
Right. So does that
But-
mean we don't need a local ordinance?
well, I don't think we need a local ordinance now, because I think anything that we would want and would think would actually be utilized would have to meet the state standards, and then it becomes a very expensive
Yeah.
item that we don't want to really.
I mean, the majority of our septic systems right now are so old that they're gonna have to be replaced. They're not allowed to be replaced in their current locations. Those small lots will have a lot of trouble having to meet if they have to do a gray water location as well.
Right. Under the current gray water.
Exactly.
Of course, you can take that gray water and actually put it into some kind of holding tank and filter it and do all
Yeah.
sorts of stuff with
Yeah.
it. So it seems like just, I'm trying to think what the wording could be. Maybe we investigate gray water systems that are compliant with the state, and we kind of leave it at that without having any numbers in there to require people to use them.
Yeah, well, PF2H does say revise the county's landscaping standards and incorporate those standards as conditions of project approval to facilitate the use of gray water.
Then that covers it. I think
Okay.
that's good.
Okay. Want to get to agriculture. So page 8, look for RP2D.
What page?
Page 8. D is in dog. Okay, so I just say somewhere in Ag 1, add RP-2D. Now, I then fine-tuned it by saying, adding this to the end of the first bulleted sentence, including energy conservation and fertilizer efficiency. It sort of sounds like I'm shoehorning this in. I don't see a whole lot of GHG in here, in 2D.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a nice thought.
I'm having trouble seeing the connection here.
Yeah.
I am too. So, okay, let's,
But it had a nice lead sentence that looked like it was going to
Yeah.
go somewhere.
well, that's why I wanted to add energy conservation and fertilizer efficiency.
So we're not going to use it then?
We're
No, I'm
not.
not going to use 2D. I was younger then, I was more.
Exactly.
Naive a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so AG4 is that thing that's already restated in my current memo, that I think people had no objection to now that I've taken the term conservation easements out. Okay.
That we already
So-
talked about.
Okay. Page 8, I believe, you're going to find RP-2C.
Williamson Act implementation?
Yeah. And I would add that, I had added AG4 with my earlier thing, and so this would also go into AG4.
Oops.
Okay?
Okay.
Then also, on page 8, RP-2F. Would go into AG4.
2F?
RP-2F, yeah.
The Ag Advisory Committee.
Yeah. But it's
This
talking
is
about
looking at-
compatible land uses, not really.
Okay?
It looks a little bit
Let's-
tangential to me,
Extend-
too.
It's up to
Okay.
you guys if you see the connection.
Basically, the connection was that it was Williamson Act. That was, that was. Okay.
You're so upfront about it.
Well, I was being inclusive, for sure. Then on page 8, RP, oh no, I got that. RP 1F is on page 7.
We're looking for what now?
RP
1F.
1F on page 7, that would be added to the new category of AG4.
Well, it's already in the general plan, so.
Yep, thank you.
Sorry. Commissioner Laddish, what is the general goal of AG4? Because as we go through the AG categories, for example, AG1 is increased crop production, fertilizer efficiency to reduce associated GHG emissions X% by 2030. AG2 is implement livestock manure management strategies. AG3 is reduce methane emissions from livestock. What is AG4? What is a broad category for AG4? And these would be the measures that are identified as AG 4.1, 2, 3, 4,
What I
and so on.
suggested was that AG4, and this is in my first memo before, was to reduce projected GHG emissions X% by 2030 by increased, what I was saying was by increased use of conservation easements and other mechanisms, by land use mechanisms, I guess I would say.
Conservation easement.
Well, I know there was a problem with, here it would include conservation easements because they're mentioned in the.
But again, it's all about maintaining open space for its value in sequestration or limiting development.
Limiting development.
Which we decided wasn't quite a fit for this section.
I think that's right.
You mean for this entire document?
Yeah, you got not a lot of excitement about adding that one.
But we did agree earlier, which of course you could change your mind, on the addition of the one that I set forth in my current memo.
Yeah, because I think it had a little bit better twist to it, and these are reinforcing the part of it that we felt was the weakest.
Okay,
Can I have some clarification on the ag items that are in and out?
Yeah.
It looks like it was no to RP2D. The AG4 thing was already discussed and doesn't really have anything to do with the general plan. RP2C is a yes, RP2F is a no, and RP1F is a no?
I have to remind
I'm just looking under your memo.
Yes.
RP2F was a yes, but I think it's now a no.
Wait, I'm hearing too many people at once, so, sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, RP2F is a no.
Correct.
And I think 1F ought to be a no as well. You're talking about conversion of land.
Yeah.
And
Well, again, it's avoiding development. I thought they could put some figures to this. Certainly there's going to be less GHG generation if you don't have a subdivision where you used to have open space.
that's why we have a map as part of the general plan.
Yeah,
It was considered by the county to be important to put this in here in addition to having a map, was to put these things in there. If indeed you agree that if you restrict development from current open space, you will have less GHG production.
it's preventing new emissions.
We will have less emissions in 2030 than we otherwise would have.
This doesn't restrict development, it just tells you what you have to do if you develop.
Which is a restriction on the development, I think.
And it's already in place in the general plan. I just think it's too tangential to put as a greenhouse gas reduction measure.
What is the consensus of the committee?
So I agree with Commissioner Wooster, although I would like to see our greenhouse gas plan have a sequestration section and that all of these things would belong in that section. You know, I think that it's the preservation of it as open space that is the benefit, and it doesn't fit quite under here as an emissions reduction measure. But I see where you're going. I just think it's 2 steps down it's not the direct effect.
It's as direct as a lot of other things, I think.
Well, that might be.
You know, if we have more open space in 2030 than we would otherwise, we're going to have less GHG emissions. That's my bottom line. And it has a certain thundering resonance.
Yes. And God spoke. Yes.
I think he said no.
The lightning's coming next.
So what's the sense of the...
Commissioner Ladish, can I just follow that line of thinking? So let's say we include this, but then in our zoning code update, we changed our density requirements and allowed for more density to allow for more additional housing because we need to meet our housing element residential targets. So whatever it is you think we may have gained here, we would probably lose because we have just increased our density. So I'm not seeing, it doesn't read to me like a really specific emissions reduction. You have to extrapolate to get to where I think you need to get to understand why this should be a method of reducing greenhouse gases. But yeah, the more open space we have, the better the benefits. However, if we concentrate all our development and we densify our development, we may have plenty of open space, but by increasing density, we nullify whatever gains we may have in the open space portion of our
Except that denser development is inherently more efficient.
Absolutely.
So we would probably be ahead a little bit, but not directly as just like units built or square footage or anything
We're
like
looking
that.
for things that they can tag.
Yeah, I mean, if they can quantify,
An amount
yeah,
to.
if they can quantify this, yeah.
If they find that this is a significant reduction, that'd be neat for me.
Okay.
I would just put it, though, as part of what are the benefits of our land use policies, less than an ag-related item, because our land use policies as a group are trying to limit our incursion into open space, limit the amount of additional miles traveled to access services, all of those things. And those are what I think they can quantify.
But what category that they've established would that fall under?
I would probably put it in the transportation section, perhaps, because that's the most valuable section.
Yeah.
One, and because a lot of it has to do with not having to travel and build additional infrastructure.
I think that fits better in transportation than in agriculture when you're dealing about open space lands.
But we're talking about our land use policies as a whole, so, yeah, I mean, you could put it under agriculture, but to me, it's a land use policy
Yeah,
that
it is a
belongs
land-
together.
It's a land use policy.
So maybe we create under, I don't care which section it goes under, something that has to do the benefits of our land use policies. And, I mean, we're asking them to put those, to acknowledge them in some way.
And if they can,
The
acknowledge
value of
them and put a figure to it,
Exactly.
we're ahead.
Well, maybe we haven't done that so far, have we, Jim?
What?
Your list doesn't include the land use policies that the chair is identified.
No, it's just the ones that I,
Right, okay.
implementation measures that I've,
But I can see some value in doing that. The question is, who's going to do it?
yeah.
And maybe the suggestion to the consultants ought to be, go to our land use section of general plan and identify those that you think will, if implemented, will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that you can put a number to and include them.
That would be a good thing to say. I don't trust them to.
Well, we have a list here that we've created of
Well, maybe
items,
instead of
potential
AG4,
items.
we just say, open space preservation or something like that as a separate category.
But then we're back to, it's really a carbon sequestration item. I know that you're saying, but as an outgrowth of that, we won't have this growth.
Yeah.
But I
And
just
I
don't think
don't-
you can quantify that.
They put carbon sequestration in their reduction elements. I've got that.
It says they can't quantify
Yes,
sequestration.
it
No,
shows.
but
They mentioned it,
they did, apparently.
but I think they're not, it's just part of a description of a larger element, right?
So what is the rub with adding a new category? Just so I understand.
I don't have one.
Oh, okay. Do you have one?
Well, I think the category would be land use.
Okay.
And the
then
focus
if we
would
can
be-
put it in there and get some credit for it, it could be advantageous.
But
I think we're all in favor of that, it's just where we put it.
well, and it also implicates a number of general plan provisions that have not been identified. All of the ones that tend to concentrate development near existing communities where there's infrastructure in place, which then reduces the demand for transportation to get to and from work.
It seems like a lot of these land use things actually bridge categories that they have, because transportation, water and wastewater, even waste reduction, and ag, it kind of is,
Yeah,
it's like it almost needs its own section.
right. You know, I mean,
And so why couldn't we do that? It's our plan, right?
okay, so,
And I thought you had already kind of insinuated that's what you were going to do with the comments that you had started on the policy thing, and then you said, I'll talk about these later. Do you remember earlier this morning?
I listed a few things
Yeah.
that I thought should go in that category.
Yeah, and so I don't know that we have to figure out where that goes, we just tell them to figure it out.
Right.
Awesome, okay.
I would just say that the inventory on page 16 from the consultant says, through proactive measures related to land use, transportation demand management, energy efficiency, green building, waste diversion, and more, local government can contribute to emissions reductions in their communities. They just left out land use.
Man, you're good at finding those things. Yeah, I do point out that the reduction measures that we have now one of them does promote significant carbon sequestration. I don't think they'd mention it if they didn't have put a figure to it. So,
right. Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here. So when the SBC provided us with this reduction plan draft measures back in April of 2022, they specifically identified energy, transportation, solid waste, water and wastewater, agriculture, and wildfire as those measures. Since wildfire, which was item number 6 on that list, doesn't really have any quantifiable benefits, can we ask them to replace wildfire with land use? Or could they come back and say it's not within their scope of work, and that's something totally that they hadn't looked at already, and it's going to take, you know what I mean? Because I think it would be beneficial, we can easily find specific land use policies that might be more quantifiable than wildfire policies. And why land use wasn't included originally, maybe that was the reason why. Do you remember if they discussed why land use wasn't one of those categories that they looked at?
We didn't talk about it like that. We just talked about why are our land use policies not being considered as potential measures?
Okay.
So we brought that up, it seems.
Okay.
But I think they are bridging measures, and that's what's messy
Yeah,
here.
there's a lot of crossover with each one of these,
But
you know.
couldn't they come, we could give them a list of land use measures, we could go through the general plan and identify them.
Absolutely.
And they could put them where they think they best fit. Because I looked at my old notes, my notes from before this meeting, and my notes during the meeting, and I keep coming back to having these items: open space conservation, mixed use, infill, density, walkable communities, and housing, you know, just alternative housing options, that all of those could have quantifiable pieces to them in all these sections.
And they would, actually.
And they even kind of pick up Corey's recreational trails and parks.
Well, I think we heard this morning that they will be coming back with more additional measures.
Okay.
And my suggestion would be, when in the process of doing that, look at our land use provisions in the general plan, see if any of them will work and be quantifiable, and if they will, come back to us with them, and we'll take a look at them.
And include these that
Yeah.
we decided are questionable, but include these implementation measures in their consideration.
I didn't say that.
No, I know, but I'm
and-
suggesting
and-
that we do say that. So if they find it quantifiable, I'm for it.
So if you want to give me those numbers, Tim, I'll put them next to my open space conservation note here, and I will provide that list. Does anybody have any pieces of this they don't agree with in the land use? Okay.
RP-2C, RP-2F, and RP-1F.
We're out of order.
Yeah, out of order because I was doing it in the order that it makes sense in the.
That's fine.
And I think,
I don't everybody relax because I've got some more for my third.
No, let me catch up for a second. So are we now saying that instead of doing RP2C as adding 4.2, that'll be part of the land use also?
Yeah, we're
Could
saying
be.
we're going to
Yes.
give that as a reference to them, that those are examples that could fit under that open space conservation.
So nothing will be, so we have, we don't really have any general plan implementation measures at the moment for ag then, correct?
Ag 4.
To add for,
I thought we had one from the Williamson Act, just that is tied into it.
but then my suggestion in my memo for AG4. would
In
fall into
AG4,
Right,
yeah.
right.
And I think that's fine. And actually, I'm going to add AG4 to here because it's still, it's kind of related too.
It falls into that category.
They can put it where they like.
Okay. Here we go. This is not going to be as long. This is my third memo when I realized there were some things I didn't catch. Good old page 16. It should have just included page 16.
In its entirety.
It's entirety. COS 5G
2D is not.
I would add to existing
And
buildings.
then 2F is in
It's the very bottom of page 16.
Isn't that not necessarily?
Yes.
I thought that wasn't an existing building thing, but a vehicle thing.
Okay. Madam
That
Chair?
Carl Moyer
We
program.
we have a question. RP2F, did we delete that from Ag 4 on page 8?
R- Page 8, RPG.
No, RP2F? RP2F
Ag
went into this
advisory.
category that having to do with land use.
Okay, so RP2F is not part of Ag 4, this would be part of the new land use category?
Yeah.
So I think, again, we're having trouble following. So AG4 is,
AG4 is really,
not, right,
No
is
longer.
done. And then it would, and we're not, and RP2D, is that going into land use? Or is that not being included at all?
oh, wait a minute.
RP2F?
D.
2D is not been included.
RP2D.
Are you sure it's RP2D?
Yeah, I'm looking under your memo, it says somewhere in
We took
AG1.
2D out entirely.
Entirely.
Education and stewardship,
Okay,
yes.
not in LU. And then RP2C was originally a yes to the ag section. Is that still a yes to the ag
In
section?
AG4, we
AG4.
did leave that one in.
So that is a yes. And then RP2F is AG 4.3 and RP1F is AG 4.4 are both no as ag, but yes to land use.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Good job.
I just, am like, we just want to make sure we get it right together. Okay.
Somehow I'm viewing a pinball machine. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So how did everybody feel about COS 5G adding it to the, oh, that's right, you said maybe it should be in transportation? What is the Carl Moyer program, is that transportation or is that buildings?
Sorry, are we now on wildfire or did we
No.
skip that?
We're skipping wildfire because.
There's
Yeah,
no numbers
COS
for it.
COS 5G is on
So we're on to your third your
Yeah.
memo 3.
Yeah.
page 16.
Right. So, where's the
We're on
Carl
page
Moyer
16.
program figure? Is it existing buildings?
I thought it had to do with vehicles
Transportation, let's see.
and motors and things, but
Hang on a
gosh, I
second.
don't remember.
I can find it.
We are coming down the home stretch.
Because
Oh, I
the
think you're right.
air resource people talked about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it was under, so I misspoke, that COS.
But do we want to put it under transportation?
Yeah, we want to put it under, add it to TR3.
Yeah, it's
Thank
3R3.3 actually in the old, in the original spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do with it?
Add it to TR3. COS 5G should be added to
So-
TR3.
So it becomes...
Bless you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Bless you.
Bless
think
her
these-
again. One more.
Yeah. Page 4.
I'm out of coffee, guys.
This is C-1B.
On page 4?
Yeah, the title is Greenhouse Gases, so
I like that.
and I was adding it to ZNE.
Oh, that sounds,
Sounds like it.
C1B?
C1B.
in transportation.
No, in ZNE,
ZNE.
capital.
Yeah. Seems like a fit.
Okay,
Looks good.
okay. Staying on page 4, C1C would be.
So is this ZNE 4 or?
I'm.
We've
these
given up
days,
on
I'm just-
numbers?
Yeah, I've given
Okay.
up on numbers because they put them in and take them out, so. I said C1C into ZNE, but it sure looks like transportation. Oh, I see, transit capital improvements,
Yeah.
okay.
Although it is all the stuff, but it's the financing of it.
Question will be whether that's quantifiable.
Yeah,
They can tell us that.
Correct.
Okay, so I have that in ZNE, which is, it's capital improvements, but it could be
Yeah.
transportation. Okay? All right, page 5. And C-2D. To ZNE. It's,
I don't,
what does that have to do with greenhouse gases?
it's more about updating the things so that updating those programs regularly so that it
So
doesn't fall behind
we
and
get
then
our-
fall
yeah,
on the
yeah.
latest
Yeah,
person.
forget that, Julie, Gabriel. Okay, page 17. Page 16, I'm sorry. COS-5F, air pollutant evaluation. That looks good. And that's
Yeah,
in-
that's directly related to greenhouse gas emissions.
That's in ZNE.
Okay, ZNE,
Okay, COS-5H, and that's on page 17.
I'm dating my notes now, so.
Good for you. So I had that added to, COS-5H added to ZNE. And finally, you've been waiting for that?
You're adding,
Oh, you have a problem?
which one is that, the
Yeah.
air quality guidelines?
Air quality guidelines,
To Z,
that was going to be into ZNE.
yeah.
Okay, and then COS-5N, which is on page 18. That's N as in nice, wood burning appliances, look at that.
Yeah, this belongs in there, and I actually had a comment about that on my notes.
Anyhow, I'd suggest that that be in ZNE. We're talking about, could be new, building, new, no, it's new construction, yeah, ZNE.
Yeah, it seems like CME.
He has single-handedly collected all the necessary points that we need, I think. That's a lot.
And we'll see how much it amounts in reduction.
Yeah, all of it.
And And then, although that was finally as far as implementation measures.
Actually, while we're on that page, COS 5M kind of caught my eye, which is interim GHG reduction measures, specifically calls out until such a time that the reduction plan is adopted. Well, actually,
That's why I took
it would
it.
become irrelevant after we adopt the plan.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I didn't, I mean, I thought, oh, yeah, wow, look at
But
this.
it belongs in our land use measures section, I think, as a
Yeah.
reference, because those are the kinds of things we're talking about.
Right.
COS 5M. So we'll put it in our new land
M.
use,
Yes.
LUX.
And without lengthening this meeting any further, I would appreciate it if we just asked them to review and consider my first and third memos from before. Just, I'm not asking you to endorse it or anything else, just to review and consider. A lot of the stuff we've already dealt with, a lot of it we haven't. And I'm exhausted.
Okay, I have one thing here. This was the solid
Yeah,
waste
does-
measure.
Does anybody have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Solid waste with regard to composting. So this would be the rewording for SW1, sort of. I'm going to mess it up because I have all sorts of insertions, but the county will coordinate with individuals, community groups, public and privately sponsored recycling and composting programs to divert 50%, but that's a question, of food and green yard waste from landfills to home composting, home and community-based composting facilities, biomass plants, and other local facilities to reduce short-lived climate pollutants and transportation-related emissions.
On the solid waste.
Does that get everything?
Yeah, that's good.
That's
I
pretty
can,
good.
I will rewrite the sentence in
Madam Chair,
grammatically correct.
just a clarification, are you suggesting that we replace the existing SW1 with what you just read?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have SW1 in there at all.
No, because we said it's a no-go.
The example becomes
and-
SW1.
Right, okay.
I would point out that when the draft GHG reduction plan, they used the 75% instead of 50%.
That's because that's what's in the state measure, yeah.
Yeah, and so why do they have 50%? in
I
our
think
current?
because we said we'll never be able to do that because we were talking about doing it to a commercial carrier who's going to come and
Okay.
pick up your,
So we'll keep it at 50?
We should even get
Well,
more.
I don't know.
Potentially.
I don't know if we can divert more than 50. There's people who are just going to throw stuff away no matter what we do, right?
Yeah.
You're being realistic.
Yeah, I know. Can't help myself.
About 60.
And, I mean, not unless
I
the,
did think, could it be greater?
and not unless the trash pickup companies establish a policy whereby they actually encourage that kind of thing. Because right now, I understand in the county, we only have 2 bins. One for, the recyclable materials and one for non-recyclable materials, and we don't really break down into a different category. So we don't have green waste separated from household waste, separated from recyclable materials, that kind of a thing. So unless they create an additional bin whereby they encourage members of the community to actually do that, I think that's what's going to drive our ability to achieve any success with that particular
But I
measure.
think the key thing is, how many,
This,
what percentage of the people in the county have garbage services?
Oh, that's
See, I
another
mean,
question.
We
Yeah.
drive once a
Me.
week to a landfill, or not a landfill, but a landfill
Right, right.
offshoot,
Right,
where they collect the stuff for the landfill.
right.
And it has a recyclables, but they list
Okay.
exactly what they mean.
mixed
But food stuff definitely
recyclables.
is in the garbage.
Is any garbage, yeah. So, yeah, interesting.
I do have a report, somewhat of a report back from my boss, from Sarah Edwards. She knew a little bit more about what was in the HR commute policy. Right
Oh,
now,
great.
apparently right now, according to our Human Resources Director, we're at around 17%. But she doesn't know for sure, and we'd have to double check with Judy, but you were asking if 50% was possible, and it's unlikely to be possible, given the amount of tasks that can't be done remotely.
So the 25% as a
Yeah.
target seems
Wasn't too
pretty
bad.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what the
Yeah.
policy stated, the current law.
I had some notes from when they told us that they were working on it. But no numbers like that.
I don't think at this point that we can commit to a number. I think that's sort of where we are, but I
Stick with their
mean,
number,
yeah.
Thank you. Always nice to be up to date.
That's not mine, is it? That's your file. I don't.
This is not
that-
mine.
No, it's not mine. It is mine. Dang, how did I bring so much stuff?
Well, I do appreciate the commission considering all these things that I put forward. I thought it was going to be considered by the consultants, but they paid no mind to it as far as I could tell.
Well, they didn't like anything I said either,
Yeah,
so,
well,
we all
well, it
made
was just a
suggestions
roll.
they got ignored,
Are
so.
we still going to hear from Commissioner Wooster on, you're waiting for the last,
Oh,
yeah, so we're not done yet.
No, we're not done.
We're about
But
done
we're
because
general
a
comments.
number of things transpired today that I didn't anticipate. One being, the board is not going to be considering this next Tuesday.
Yes.
And I had a number of things that I want them to think about before they make any decisions about this. Generally speaking, I am really skeptical that all of the things that we have done and all of the things that have been suggested are going to come anywhere near closing that 56,000 metric tons gap that now appears. It's probable that we will not be able to, as I understand it, get the 1990 emissions figures increased substantially, which is the other way to do it. The largest single contributor to greenhouse gas emissions is the transportation section. And I'm just afraid that further reductions are going to be very difficult because the fact is that people have to drive distances in this county. There's no avoiding it. And electric vehicles, they've already done what they can with that. And there are practical reasons why that's not likely to work very well in this county. I mean, we have hills, we have cold temperatures, those decrease the range of these vehicles. And I'm just not seeing much room here to ever meet that target. And I think I've said before that I think it's the wrong target. It doesn't take account of our open space. It doesn't take account of carbon sequestration, which I think from their wildfire report was like 74 million tons are already sequestered in this county, and they couldn't give us a figure as to what gets sequestered every year. I think really the county is on the wrong road. And I personally am not happy if we're going to devote more money chasing this 40% reduction rabbit, because I don't think we can catch it. I understand the board is committed at this point to doing that, but as I said earlier, I'm not sure that they fully appreciate the difficulties here with that standard. Because we've spent a lot of time on this, and a lot of consultants' time on this, and we're nowhere close. They've said they'll come up with additional measures. We'll see what they are, I suppose. But I'm not hopeful. I think this whole program ought to be, the board ought to take a serious look at this when they see this shortfall and ask them hard questions about, okay, just what are you folks going to come up with here that's reasonable and feasible that's going to do this? That's my comments.
Very good question.
Yeah.
Well, at least we live to see another set of figures. Or not.
You and I are getting a little old.
Anybody else on that item? Informational items? We don't have any other informational items, do we, to add to the agenda today?
Somebody has the will to give them.
Commissioner reports?
None from here.
Planning director reports?
Madam Chair, we'll have a planning commission meeting on the 10th.
See y'all next week, same time, same place.